What's up, nostalgia? Gotta get a big stretch. Alright, we'll let this rock for a bit, then we'll actually get into the, Chapter 3. Take a big sippy. Context of the rest of yesterday's stream, Double Jeopardy moment is one of my favorites. It's really sick how they turn it around for Ron. I thought that was really nice. Cause I was like, oh great, even though Ron's not guilty of the murder, you know, he's kind of still guilty for, you know, stealing. Even though he was led to do the stealing, it doesn't mean that he did not commit the stealing. So he's still guilty of that, and they were like, "Oh yeah, double jeopardy, by the way." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's about right." So it was a nice moment to get him off, because he's still guilty in the sense of he did a crime, but he was doing it because he was being blackmailed. So even if you were to put him away, I'd feel bad about it, right? Because like, aside from the first one, which he already got caught for, but the person who caught him was just as corrupt as somebody could be. So it did feel like it was a good thing for him to get away with that crime, because he was even though it was a crime, it was still not like, it wasn't a bad crime. It was the first time we've investigated something that wasn't a murder, and it just felt nice, right? What's up, Enrage? But let's get into this. Episode 3, Recipe for a Turnabout. Where COVIDs 1 through 18. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. Evidence and testimony we've seen and heard are conclusive. The victim... Was that Larry? I know what I saw. No, it's not Larry. It's the nigga that was wearing the scouter. I saw someone else there. A man. He's the real killer. Huh. Oh, is it poison? It smelled like poison. Rather get the guilty Ron off than the guilty On Guard off. Yeah, well, I would have loved to give On Guard the non-guilty verdict too, because that would mean Shelley would be coming after him. Pretty much wraps up this case, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright? This court finds the defendant guilty. Is this a dream? This court is adjourned. January 6th, 10:03, Wright & Co. law offices. Ah, the start of a new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I've decided that a resolution should be, Zvari, take on the world. Don't use that man's phrase. You go to jail for that one. What's up, Ultra Ace, by the way? What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya, but I think you've had more than enough mistletoe cake. Never. You gotta eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe! Happy New Year, Detective. Likewise. Now listen up, Wright. I want out. Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation. Yeah, me too. Alright, pal, you got some explaining to... Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? A what? Well, here, have this. It's not really nothing much, but, yay, thanks. What's up, CJ? Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearly? You haven't forgot her present, have you? No, yes, no. Are you doing this on purpose? Guess I'm busted. How'd you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced. Who's impersonating me? Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. Yeah, no, that ain't me. I knew it was either a dream or some bullshit was up. Me losing to Winston Payne in the court of law. Not even losing. Me getting outplayed by Winston Payne in a court of law. That smelt like cap. I knew something was up. What was that issue from anyway? December of last year, which guess makes it last month. Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. So what do you think this is all about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility. No way. You don't mean... phony Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one, too. No, somebody pretending to be me lost to Payne. So, what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I gonna do about it? Well, it's your fault the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when you hotshots start getting too full of yourselves? I didn't do anything wrong. At least, not that I can remember. You better make this right, pal. Now. And that means taking the case back to court. Got it? Sounds like we've got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict on this one. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. I guess the New Year's resolution is going to have to wait till next year. So you're taking a case, right? Good. I'm going to head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, pal. Alright. So, I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. Remember when Pearl or Maya said something along the lines of maybe you'll be famous enough to have copycat someday? Yeah, at the end of the last game. A little bit of subtle foreshadowing for this game. That's pretty neat. If a client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation, I guess I am kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of a guy would do that? Alright, so let's go to the Criminal Affairs Department. It's been ages since we came down to the precinct, huh, Nick? Looks like Gumshoe isn't around. He's got it so easy, leaving everyone else to do the work. No, he's out there somewhere. My bet is at the courthouse. He's probably trying to arrange the retrial of this case. Guess that means we should go to the detention center and chat with our killer, huh? After being convicted without a fair trial, I'm not sure the killer is the right label. Alright, detention center time. January 6th, detention center, visitors room. This is so nerve-wracking waiting to meet our new client. I wondered just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Do you have a way of streaming 3DS? There is a... I'm not condoning emulation. However, there is a way. Shh. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. Oh, what's up, Maggie? How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? They put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I am totally and utterly let down. Are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's Maggie, remember? Maggie Bird? Maggie Bird. Ah! Maggie Bird. She's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop, too. Speaking of copycats, I finally got around to watching Death Note, and it's really good. The anime? Or the movie? I assume you mean the anime. I was never a huge big fan of it. It was okay. Just wondered in terms of like Apollo Justice and the other games. Yeah, I plan on playing those. I don't know if I'm going to do it immediately after beating this game, because I still want to check out Kamigashine. But I definitely will get to them eventually. Oh sure, very funny. After that fifth-rate defense job, you come in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. I'm sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying the exact same thing last time. But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? At least now the real Phoenix Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. Alright, so... Hey, Maggie. How come you dressed like that? Well, she's a waitress. She said she was going to become a waitress. You should know that, Maya. Come on. Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. So, what do you do now? In the second act of the life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress. Yes, at a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. So, what happened? This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month, and it happened at Tribulations. Tribulations? Yeah, it's a restaurant where good service and friendly smile are always included. Oh. So, did this person commit murder then impersonate me? Because I'm noticing spiky hair. Also, that's the nigga with the scouter. I knew it. There were 2 men at the table, both drinking coffee. And then... sprinkles. One of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. The victim took one sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked I passed out. Hold on there, Maggie. What? Keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I've never even seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have a motive to kill him then, I guess. And then the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course. A good waitress must be attentive to her clientele. So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway. How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. I guess the answer to my question is my phone. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. So, if you saw the murder, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? I'm tired of places not having security cameras. What is this? In Game 1, Case 5, in Edgeworth's office, there was a flyer magazine talking about a new French restaurant opening. I didn't notice it myself until I saw you playing it. I don't even remember that. I remember vaguely something about a fancy restaurant opening, but I thought it was just because of Edgeworth being Edgeworth, and they were saying like, oh, it's fancy, so it's probably for him. He's probably taking interest in this. The other man, the one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. And somebody came up and sat with him. But how's that possible? I don't know, but nobody, not one person, would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. The bottle of poison. A small bottle of poison. Yeah. It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. No one else saw this other guy. It's definitely... This is definitely my fucking... Is this part of the, Could it be possible that this guy is part of the con artist syndicate that we put somebody away for? Because that would make sense if Maggie's involved, but then Maggie just has really bad luck. Yeah, because you wouldn't think about it since you wouldn't have a clue what was coming, just like I didn't. Yeah, fair. If you have hindsight, I guess that makes sense. No one else saw this other guy. No, sir. That's what everyone said, but I don't see how they could have missed him. Alright, so how interesting was he? Oh, and what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they might be in the music industry. In music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece, like an emo musician's look about him. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. Alright, we're just gonna do one of these. Alright. Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Maya, please. Get serious, Maya. Why would you buy the CD of a group named that? What was the name of that group again? MC Hacksaw? No. MC... And what about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Only that he was a young man, well built like the victim, really. So, they're, like, strong. They're big niggas. I don't really know. Deleting that SMH, what a missed opportunity. Whatever shall I do? Well, let's go ahead and see if... Do we have anything to show? Yeah. Do you know anything else about the case? Like, where the guy was? This article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who's pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You're wearing one of your super sharp suits. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie, was my evil double Iam here too? No, I don't remember a phone of you, Maya. Oh, that would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said? Oh boy, that really sounds like me. Okay, I get the picture, but you've met me in person before. So how come you realized that guy wasn't the real me? I guess, looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little. Okay, so you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady, and your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of funny act. Okay, so nothing like me. What's up, Duck Game? But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? How about everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers? Didn't they realize he was an imposter? Yeah, no. So let's go ahead and say it for the record now. Everyone that was in the courtroom, everyone that was involved in the proceedings, they're stupid. The judge, stupid. Payne, stupid. Maggie Bird, stupid. Anybody else who could have been in the courtroom, potentially Gumshoe, stupid. Everyone had these big question marks on their faces, but it seemed that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. So we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright, do you think we'll win next time, sir? My life has been a full-course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old, yeah, we know about that one. Fucking dangerous. What's up, Chrome, by the way? I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, sick from all sorts of food, failed almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive, because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. Just one day and I'll find it. Just wait and you see, sir. I'll find that one single moment of good luck. Alright. Phoenix. Phoenix backwards. Zinniop is really gonna pay for this. What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought mine was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find him. Don't you worry. We'll get Zinniop for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Tribulations is. Alright, the restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure. Alright, Nick. Let's go check out this restaurant and its food. Alright. Time to go to Tribulations. January 6th. I wonder how we're gonna see... Bro, they really haven't cleaned up that fucking... It's been a month! You guys haven't cleaned up the crime scene? What the fuck is going on? Wow, look at this place. Look, more like smell. Those are the suffocating scent of flowers in here. And again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not all that into it. No one's coming to see this. Maybe there's no one here. Don't be silly, Maya. This is a restaurant. It's open for business. Hello? Anyone there? I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. Maya. Yeah, I suppose we can. Alright, so let's go ahead and look at everything in here. It's a racket full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Is that a picture of the fucking chef, the owner? Who is that? I need to figure out who that is. The nigga with the weird hair in that picture? Failed every test isn't necessarily always negative? Yeah. Like, if you're testing for a certain type of STD, it would be good to be negative on that. Very good, as a matter of fact. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. There's something stuffed in behind the rack. Ooh. Is that magazine back there? Looks like a sports paper to me. Hey, and look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. $100,000 maybe? And 500,000 is scribbled out over there. Is that supposed to be Mask to Mask? Or is that MC Bomber? I wonder what MC Bomber is supposed to be. This paper, it's from December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. What? Sports paper added to the court record. The paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out more about this paper. So it's a sports paper. And it seems out of place in here. I can't investigate the picture. Look, it's one of those magical boxes that spits out money. You know, you're the only person who ever described a cash register in that way. Let's go ahead and slide to the left. It's supposed to be the table where the murder occurred. I guess so, with all this police tape around it. That stain must be from the poisoned coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, okay, Maya? Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know. And why can I picture you doing just that? This table's set nicely, it just needs a customer. What do you think this flower is, Nick? Let's see. Well, it doesn't look like a tulip, and it's not a sunflower, I don't think. And those are the only two flowers I know. My name's Phoenix Wright. Duh, even I could have told you that. Well, those are the only kinds of flowers I know, dang nabbit. I'm a lawyer, not a botanist. Alright. Is that about it? Oh, windows. It's a beautiful winter wonderland out there. Really? Cool, I love snow. Let me see. Huh? It's not white, it's not even snowing. Got you. I was only kidding, Maya. Nick! There are lies that are okay to tell and lies that definitely aren't. All I did was tell an itty-bitty white lie about non-existent white snow. Alright. So, is that it? Well, we can go back and ask if it was, MC Bomber that was on the CD, right? Oh, a sports paper. Let's see. Did Guts and Brawn manage to defend his heavyweight title? Guts and Brawn, by the way. Jesus Christ. Sorry, Maggie, that paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. And Gutson got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh, no. I found this paper in the magazine rack at Tribulations. Really? That's strange. Tribulations doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. Then maybe one of the customers left it behind. Anyway, what I want you to do is take a look at this scribble here. Ah, that's it, sir. McBomber. That was the name that was written on the CD. Just as I thought. I guess it wasn't MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So, that 100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? If someone gave me 100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master of Crane, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Oh, okay, Maya. So, if the sample CD was on the victim's table, that means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right. So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder, huh? Or the murderer did because it was stuffed away. I don't think if you're drinking poison, you're going to be like, let me go stuff this fucking newspaper away. I think we better step up the investigation, don't you, Nick? Alright, so... is there anything else for me to do? Well, we know that that was the exact thing of the CD. There's nothing for us here. Although the blue bomber friend now has the pink bomber. I like that. Right and Co? No. Do I have to go back to Tribien? I guess so. Ooh la la, bonjour, welcome to Tribien. Hello? What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. I'll never forgive the Japanese. Or the French. Bienvenue. Welcome to my petite restaurant. B Avenue? Oh non, ma petite chaloupe. I'm gonna stop before I get offensive to French people. Huh? Me? Look at this face. Like the kitten rejected by its own mother. You are fatigued, no? Alors, you need this. An aromatic bath oil. I don't even fucking know what the hell that is. I came into the wrong moment. What's up, Mr. Stars? My personal recommendation. You think I need what? Oui, oui. Just add a couple of drops of this mixture into the bath water and voila. It will soothe your body and your mind. It's simply fantastique. Really? And for la monsieur? Who, me? Look at that face, like a puppy rejected by life itself. You are fatigued, no? For you, monsieur, I recommend this. Oil of bergamot. And maybe an hint of oui, oui. I will add la peppermint and la clary sage for a fragrance exceptionnel. Such an invigorating recipe will bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. My beauty. You can try to not do French accent all you want, but he spells words like they're said in French accent. So good luck. Yeah, I'm noticing. My lord, if you be seated, I will bring you la special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat. We're lawyers. Ma bien sûr. I noticed this already, monsieur. You are La Phoenix Wright, no? You know me. Yeah, I'll never forget a man who flirts with me, especially in court. What's up, Dennis? You came into, very flamboyant French chef, man. Well, at least I know who the guy on the picture is now. Well, I don't know him, but I see him. I guess he was cross-examined by our mysterious Zinny Hop. Yeah, the classic Z and this instead of D and this. Dickheads. It looks like everyone to do with this case knows who I already am. I wonder what sort of impressions Zinny Hop's left on people, don't you? Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I am Jean Armstrong. Yep, that's about right. You're the owner of this place. So, talk to me. What fucking happened here? Or what goes on here? So what does Tribulations mean? What's up, Kuma? What did you come into? French restaurant. I know Trey, that means 3, right? No, très bien is French. In English, you would say very good. Oh, very good. Oui, exactly. The atmosphere is very good and the cuisine is very good. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? My cuisine is not for all. Some people, they do not appreciate la haute cuisine. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I have lost Maggie, I do not have enough hands. So you're running this place on your own now. Oui, for the moment. No one has answered my advertisement. Oh, poor me. Please don't eyeball me when you say that. I am the chef, I am the manager, I'm also a trained aromatherapist. A roaming what? A practitioner of aromatherapy, the art of soothing the soul with delicate floral aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle area was anything but. This is like the fucking perfect time for me to showcase exactly what, how hard my dyslexia hits, because I can probably read exactly what he's saying in English without fucking around and using those French words. Alright, so what happened here last month? So, could you tell me what you know about the incident? Yes, it makes me sad to remember it, yet I remember so well. More than a month has passed since it happened. Yeah, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. You've been hoodwinked, bamboozled? What happened? Led astray? Run amok? So, it was the 3rd of last month, just after 1 in the afternoon. A man who was in here for a coffee suddenly became ill. Because of the poison in his coffee. And as the truth as I know it, it was Maggie who took his drink to him. I was in the kitchen, I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I came out to see what it was, he was already slumped in his chair. He was dead. Yes, he was already dead. Maggie had passed out also. So, you saw her passed out and everybody around was like, oh fuck, she had to have done it. Poisoned somebody and then fucking fainted, right? Yeah. This man who died, was he alone? Yes, mister. All alone. I know that Maggie said there was someone else, but... I see. The police, they asked me many times. Are you sure there was no one else at the table, they asked? But I'm not the only one. The old man said the same thing. Who is the old man? Why is it that everybody just... Okay, well, fair enough. You thought you already talked to me. That's okay. Now, I will ask once more, who's the old man? So, who exactly is this old man you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here. What? Someone else saw it? Yes. As usual, he came alone that day. At the time of the murder, he was here. He saw it, too. But he said the same thing, that there was no one else at the victim's table. But Maggie swears there were 2 people. My miss, the lawyer could not prove it, no? About the lawyer, that was me, I suppose. Yes. Wow, he's the first person who said it wasn't me. What? Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now who's the one making up stuff? Alright, so. Talk to me a little bit about Maggie. Why was everybody so quick to want to convict her? Maggie was a policewoman once. Yeah, but she had to quit for reasons beyond her control. Oui. She was the suspect in a murder investigation, no? Oh, you know about that? That is why I gave her the perfume of happiness. Happiness perfume. Yes, blended from bergamot like I gave you before. But she's been arrested again and found guilty this time. This is true. Her natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't fucking work. I got work Sunday night, so I'm low-key tight that I might miss the final case of the stream. I might push it to Monday, to be perfectly honest with you. Not specifically it, but I might take tomorrow off. Might bool for Saturday. I'm not surprised she was the prime suspect, after something like that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What's this guy talking about? Does this mean Maggie did have a motive? We've got to ask this guy for more info. Stat. Alright. So, what would Maggie's motive have been? When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Yes. I suppose you could say so. Don't psych-lock me. So what happened? No, it was nothing. Look, Maggie says she didn't even know the guy, but she's still been indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. Yes, it is true. If there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant. So please, tell us anything you know. Son of bitch. 3? What the fuck? Alright, great. No way. What are we gonna do, Nick? We'll just have to remove... What the... What's wrong? The Magatama. It's gone? No. Who the fuck stole my Magatama? Huh? I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished into thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the Magatama's nearby. Mr. Armstrong? Could I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting, was anyone else sitting there? That is a question you will have to ask him yourself. Him? The old man spends all of his time at the park. What park is that? Behind the restaurant, it's called Vitamin Square. Thank you. Okay. Not even gonna. Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Nick. Alright. Who stole my goddamn vitamin? Or my Magatama at Vitamin Square? Pigeon! So this is Vitamin Square. Yeah, I see where they get the name from now. The fruits scream vitamins at you. Hey, Nick. That's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? That grouchy-looking grandpa? He's throwing seeds out for the pigeons. He's not throwing seeds for them. He's throwing seeds at them. Oh, nah. His nose. Dog. My grumpiness threat level has been raised to red. This song, by the way. Alright, can you tell me what you saw? Would you mind if I had a word with you? Yes. I just want to ask you a couple questions. What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So you don't like my seeds, eh, pigeons? He's really chucking those seeds at him. That's gotta hurt. Go on, eat this. Can I ask you about Maggie Bird? I don't know any Maggie Bird. Yes, you do. Maggie, the waitress at Tribulations. It's a disgrace, I tell you. Another disgrace. A disgrace? An innocent young girl revealing herself like that? Revealing... You mean her uniform? Youth of today, they don't have any shame. No shame, I tell you. Not 1 ounce. Whatever happened to the old Bushido values of Japan, like honor and modesty? What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing. You? Your problem is you lack any sense of grace. Talk about hitting a girl where it hurts. Do you go to Tribulations a lot? That miserable excuse for a restaurant? The garbage they serve in there is not food. Where's the sushi, the tempura, the rice? Tribulations is a French restaurant, sir. Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? We're in America. But okay. I want real food, not those snooty snacks. And what about those shameless girls? You mean the waitresses? You can see all the way up to their... Yes, the waitresses. They're practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it? Listen, it's not my restaurant. It's a miserable excuse for a restaurant in that place. Miserable. He certainly knows the place. He must be a regular. But if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? Are you a regular at the restaurant, sir? It's just, if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Take that. He must be hiding something, right? If he is, I should be able to see a Cyclops or two. Oh, wait. I don't exactly have the Magatama right now, huh? Remember, Nick, that Magatama's only on loan. You better find it or else. If Pearls ever gets wind of this, I'm gonna be in a world of pain. Where is Pearl, by the way? Is she just back in Karain for right now? Well, let's go back to Tribulations. Alright, so. Or wait, hold on. Could I present anything to him? Let's see. Do you like to read? Oh, could I ask you about this? Definitely not. Here you go, my boy. How does some pigeon feed sound to you? This wasn't exactly what I was hoping to get out of this guy. Alright. Might as well, while I'm here. This place is so fruity. Maya. It's not a bad thing. Besides, I love apples. They're among my favorites. And the apple slide is perfect for you. What is so perfect about it? Oh, come on, don't be a stick in the mud. Slide down it a few times. Go on. Woo! No way. I'd get covered in sand if I slid down that slide. Anyone can see that. Yeah, you're right. Otherwise, I'd give it a try, too. Alright, sand castles. I used to love sandboxes like you wouldn't believe. Really? You? Sure, finding iron fillings in the sand with a magnet was my favorite thing to do. Iron filings? Wow, that's too exciting for words. It was my ambition to collect every single shred of iron in the sandbox. I was such a kid back then. So, did you manage to get all the iron? No, I never did. I think I came close though. Come to think of it, I still have all the iron filings from way back when. You want them? No. Pigeon. Hey look, pigeons! Yeah, and heaps of them too. Do you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace? That's a dove, not a pigeon. Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're gray, is that it? You're overthinking this one by just a smidge, Maya. This pigeon looks like he's different, but it looks like that one's actually a dove. They're all gathered around him. Like he's the cool guy. Oh. Oh, there's a magazine here. Oh, I thought it was the orange. It's a magazine full of job listings. What's poppin', Solaris? We're just going and talking to old people with really big red noses. You discussing Rogue picking up something someone else threw away? Wait, did you just throw this away? Are you looking for a job? That's none of your business. Sorry, I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then. I don't want anyone else having it. Give it back. Too bad. Now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Oh. Hey, that's mine. Well, here, let's... Could I ask you about... No, what? Why would that not... Okay. Never mind then, fuck it. Let's ask if you have anything to say about it. Mademoiselle, yes? Are you looking for a job? What? No, I was just... Let me see, your style is a little bit different, but you have a good face. Different? You've passed. I will hire you. Very good, come with me. I will teach you everything I know. Nick, help! Okay, and that's how she gets into the fucking maid outfit. I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for Maya. Maybe I should do both. Alright, so... Can we do anything here? We gotta come back, right? Detention center, potentially? Yeah, there we go. Let's go ahead. Looks like they have Maggie in questioning. Oh, well, never mind. I've asked her pretty much everything. I'll come back if there's anything else I need to ask her later. What was that? Maya got snatched up. What were you talking to? That's the owner of this restaurant, Tribulations. Okay, well, I guess we go to the Criminal Affairs Department, talk to Gumshoe. Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Well, pal, have you found the evidence yet? The one that's gonna find her innocent? No, not yet. We've just only started our investigation. Well, whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. Gumshoe's really fired up about this. Oh, yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court's sitting at 10 a.m. for tomorrow. And Godot's gonna be the prosecutor. Oh, him. Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again, yes? I'll make sure you get locked up good for it. You got it? Alright, so... Talk to me about everything. So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh? Yeah. Back when she was on the police force, you were her mentor when she was a rookie, right? Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close. You know. Hey, what's with the funny looks, pal? I was just a... it wasn't anything. Like, look, sure, I was a boss when she was doing her training, but that was it. Nothing happened. Gumshoe sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. So that's it. Her big old Gumshoe has a little crush on Maggie. I don't like her anything. I was... Note to self, gossip with Maya about this later. Look, pal, don't tell anyone, okay? You gotta keep it a secret. Got it? Sure. And would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey, tell your face, pal, not me. You have to be blind not to see what's on your mind. Bars, hold on. Let's go Gumshoe. So, I was wondering, did you fill me in on the victim? Glen Elg. Oh, so it's literally a fucking, it's a palindrome. It's pretty cool. He was a computer programmer. I see, a programmer. He was just a regular Joe working from a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder, pal. And Maggie also claimed to never have seen the guy before. Did the victim go to the restaurant often? Not according to the chef, said it was the first time he had seen the guy. A programmer, a first-time customer at that. What possible reason could Maggie have to kill a guy like that? So, then, he wasn't just a natural customer, he was meeting the guy. Okay, so, now the question is... The CD, it wasn't a fucking music CD, it was some software. Right? That only makes sense. An MC Bomber software on the sports magazine? Well, the sports magazine is weird. So it doesn't belong to the victim. Definitely. I don't think a computer programmer would be carrying around a sports mag like that. So is our potential suspect like a loan shark or some shit? Who is pulling up on betting victims? That would make sense for the sports magazine. It would make sense for like the 100 grand. I need to figure out what the fuck MC Bomber is, but that's a potential possibility. We need more information though. That's what I thought. But motive was still somehow established in a trial. You're kidding. What was her supposed motive? Sorry, pal, I'm real busy. Haven't got enough time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay? What could this motive have been? Alright, so this is really a proper investigation. You're working on it by yourself? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It was closed technically a month ago. Well, that's right. The judge already ruled on this case, and all the evidence is in it already. The only problem is with Maggie's testimony. Yeah, it doesn't sound very good for us, huh? Look, pal, I got a mountain of papers on this case to overlook before tomorrow. So I'm just gonna say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's a bit out there and a bit off base sometimes, but she was a good cop. That's not exactly complimentary, you know. So what do you think really happened? And just how contradictory is her testimony? The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people at the table. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maggie insists that there was another guy sitting with the victim. Right, but get this. Everyone else in the place says the guy was alone, even the chef. And there's that CD. CD? Oh yeah, she did mention something about a CD. Yeah. But our guys turned that place upside down. There was no CD. What? Not on the table? Not anywhere in the whole restaurant, pal. But didn't Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece too? Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in the front pocket of his hoodie. Radio? He didn't have a CD player. You got it. Your phony never explained that contradiction at all. Come to think of it, the owner of Tribulations didn't mention that CD either. I don't know why, but I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. Yeah, if it's a radio, it's probably he was listening to sports results for the day. So, is our murderer a loan shark then? That's the one question. He was valuing the MC Bomb. No, that's what it was. The MC Bomber is the name of the program that guy was making, and he was trying to create a value for it, and he was trying to sell it off. So I just learned that Old Dag was supposed to be in the last case with Larry. They just didn't have the space for her. Well, I mean, it's fine. Just mentioning her is fine. You don't have to put her in. All I have to know is that she was in the area. That's fine. I'm fine not seeing Wendy Old Dag again. It's perfectly fine. I don't know why, but I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. Yeah, I mean, is it the fact that, that he had Cyclops Phoenix? So, did you guys find this? What's that, a sports paper? Yeah, I found it at the magazine rack at Tribulations. It's dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here. Take a look at this. See this writing here? MC Bomber. Hey, what is it? I've heard that name somewhere before. Yeah, MC Bomber. Wow, he actually seems to be thinking for once. It's no good, I can't remember. And he goes back to being the gumshoe we all know and love. What was that, Chris? You want an entire game where you play his old bag? Yep, as long as I never get to hear her speak. Hey pal, I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get the handwriting analysis done on this script. Handwriting, huh? It'd be good to know more about that in any case. Thanks, pal. I'll bet this'll turn out to be an interesting clue. How did you guys not pick that up? Are you dumb? You gotta be dumb. Alright, well, that's pretty much it. We can talk about the owner of the shop too. We don't have a profile for the guy. Glenelg. I don't really like how we keep they keep really pushing they're related in some way because they keep popping up in my fucking profiles thing right next to each other. Alright, but do you know anything about the owner? The chef of Tribulations, huh? You know what the chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of toxins. And then he gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. The label says juniper. I'm under orders to put a few drops in my bath every day. Under orders? Yeah, you know, there's something about that lady. I mean, guy. Huh? You can't stop thinking about him? Not like that, pal. Give me a break. He's not my type. I mean, I can't stop thinking that he's involved with this case somehow. Sounds like he knows a little something more about our charming chef. So, let's go ahead and talk about the charming chef. What exactly is it about that? What exactly is it that caught your attention about the chef at Tribulations? It's, kinda hard to say. The guy's probably not even connected with the case anyway. Hey, come on, detective. Didn't you say you'd give me the dirt on anything? Well, this sort of stuff is kinda unimportant gossipy stuff, you know, pal? Look, how about this? You go to Tribulations and investigate the place yourself. And if you find out anything suspicious about the guy, you report back to me, okay? Well, I mean, technically we have something suspicious, but we can't figure it out. I don't suppose I get a choice in this, huh? Guess I better find out more about the chef in Tribulations and report back to Gumshoe. Alright. Let's go to the detention center. No. Still in questioning. Let's go back to Tribulations and see if we can't get Maya back. Scent of flowers sure is strong. It's almost making me dizzy. Oh. Hello? Who was that just now? A customer? Somebody with a head wrap? She had sort of a dark aura about her. Ah, welcome. B Avenue. What a cute voice. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Maya. Well, how do I look? Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe, but it's kind of boring being a waitress. I mean, you're my first ever customer. Then who was that woman I just saw? Oh, since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I am kind of hungry, actually. So, how do you like your new job, Maya? I never knew there was so much for a waitress to do. Take people's orders, bring them food, make coffee, work the cash register. Of course, we need a customer before I can do any of that. Yeah, it is a nice looking restaurant. It's a shame more people don't come here. Don't forget about the ultra cute waitress. Check out my Give Me a Tip smile. Hey Nick, why don't you order something? The chef's preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment, or so he says. How much is it? It's a twin tea set, so it's $20, of course. The twin tea set? I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive. What? But you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. I want to try carrying plates and working the cash register. How about cleaning the toilets? That should keep you busy. Yeah, right. Maybe later. About lunch. A fine choice, sir. No, Kitchen, a lunch special, please. With all the extras, drink, side salad, dessert, and gift. I don't need any of that. Just a moment, please, sir. Maya. Really getting into it. So how much is this lunch set then? $20, huh? No, that's the twin tea set. We don't know how much the extras cost, Phoenix. But with the drink, side salad, and dessert, it's $45. Hey, wait a sec, Maya. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here you are. The deluxe Fortify lunch set. Whoa. Fortify, 45. A dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Bon appetit. Thanks. Come on, Nick, hurry up and try it already. Lobster, huh? Alright, down the hatch it goes. Well, are you hungry, Maya? I'm starving. Here, it's yours. Really? Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you better polish off that plate. I just remembered, I've got to go clean the toilets. Hey, can't be in that much of a hurry to clean the toilets. Okay, so it tastes like dog shit. That's pretty good. How does that guy manage to make good food taste so bad? Hey Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen? The kitchen, huh? Not a bad idea. Ooh. Now, what was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all the chef's greatest secrets? In the kitchen? That sounds tasty. Hey, wait up, Maya. What is it? I'm pretty busy right now. Weren't you going to show me around? There goes my plan to find some cool clue and show it off in your face. I better conduct the search of the kitchen myself. Well, move, nigga. This is quite the... He's just making those perfume bottles. That's crazy. Alright. Tribulations kitchen. And here it is, the famous Tribulations kitchen. It's my first time in here too, actually. There's a weird atmosphere in here, that's for sure. Mr. Armstrong will be back soon, so we better search quickly. Chop chop. Wait, what do you mean he'll... Did you make the fucking food, Maya? Also, is that my fucking Magatama? Now I'm in a French restaurant, I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this can here has oyster sauce? What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese food? Look, right there on the counter. My Magatama. What's it doing there? What indeed? Magatama put into pocket. You got some explaining to do, bastard. What's this? It looks like a treasure chest or something. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 88, 99, 100. They're all the same, too. Hey, wait a minute. What is it? This one's a bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. So what's that liquid inside then, I wonder? Hey, Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look how many bottles he's got. He won't miss one, will he? Odorless. Might be tasteless. Smell like poison. Alright. So we got that. Let's check out the rest of the kitchen. Now I'm gonna... Okay. We've got this already. A cheesecake? You don't exactly need a sharp knife for one of those, Nick. Okay. What are these lace curtains for? I don't know, but they give the real place a real homey feel, don't they? Lace curtains. You know, if I was a cooking pot, I'd be perfectly happy to sit on a shelf under those. How do you respond to anything like that? Now this is one large mirror. I bet this is where he makes himself look pretty. There's a book on the dresser. Clarice Armstrong's Bedtime Literature. Not exactly Pulitzer Prize material, is it? Looks like a collection of poems he's written. Poems? Cool. Read one out. Say it in your best French accent with intensity, okay? Okay, it's called Printemps. The two of them, like actors from a film, the coffee still undrunk. Sweet nothing's over too soon on that sad Saturday morning. The foolish cocktail so delicious. Take the last sip of your tea, and I know what I will do. I must lie to you. I must. That's it? Yep, that's a poem for you. Alright. That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. It must be the lobster and abalone fricassee with balsamic vinaigrette. Isn't that what I just ate for lunch? Maybe? What you ate is the only French dish I know the name of. Oh. Thank you, Maya. Very cool. So let's move out. We have our Magatama, so we can go talk to the old man. January. Ooh, there's a bike here now. A bike that looks pretty or a scooter. A bike, scooter. It's a mobile two-wheeled vehicle. The old guy's not here anymore. I still have some unanswered questions for him. So, whose scooter is this? A scooter, huh? Who'd leave it right in the middle of this park? The wheel guard and the light are busted. But I guess it must have been in an accident. It's totally wrecked. Okay. Alright. What's up, imposter? Hey, what do you think you was doing with my bike? No, I was just... You been messing with my new ride? Is that what you's been doing? You're gonna pay for this. Who's the one that's covered my saddle in crap, huh? You was gonna pay, you catch my drift? No, wait a sec, I'm not a wise guy, eh? I had to beat you so hard it feels like you was smooching the express train. Oh, you better watch your back, this ain't over. I'm gonna round up a group of lawyers and then you's gonna pay. Actually, I'm a lawyer myself. What do you says? I'm Phoenix, Phoenix Wright? You saying you Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I am. So you a wise guy too, huh? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only. What? He's gone. Surely that guy wasn't my phony, was he? He wasn't anything like me. Guess I better make a note of the scooter. What up, Paladin? Look at him, literal demon. Look at him, he's an actual dickhead. Oh, it's you. A few threats from a little brat like that, and you look like a pigeon that's got its seeds in its eyes. I've been here the whole time, then? I was in that strawberry, I had some thinking to do. More like I had some cowering to do. Alright. So, are you a regular at the restaurant, sir? It's just that if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir? There you are. Yep, there come the Cyclops. Great. 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 This old guy has something to hide, but what could it be? He was probably in there the day of murder. They clearly look different, but because they share one characteristic, everyone is rarded. Yeah, of course. So, let's go to the detention center? No, let's go to criminal affairs. Maybe Gumshoe has something new. Hey! Hey, you're just in time. What is it, Detective Gumshoe? The lab got back to me about that newspaper you gave me. It must mean the sports paper with the memo scribbled on it. So, what did they say? Did the analysis turn up anything? They said the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn Elk, no doubt about it. I expected as much. The victim took the paper with him to the restaurant on the day of the murder. Okay, so yeah. So, is the fucking fake Phoenix, the Phonix, I think that's a better name, Phonix. Is Phonix a, is he just a, is he like a mob loan shark? That makes sense. It do make a little bit of sense. That's the best interpretation of the facts at the moment. Sports paper refiled. MC Bomber. I get the feeling I've heard that name before. Oh well, I guess it'll come back to me. Don't forget to report back to me with whatever you find in the restaurant, okay, pal? Since when I started taking orders from Gumshoe. Although, I get the feeling there's something I need to show him. So, do I show him the fucking bottle of potential poison? You got one of those aroma bottles too, huh? Only this one doesn't smell. Huh? I don't get you. This is mixing with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. It doesn't even look like the same, wouldn't you agree? A cologne bottle that doesn't smell, huh? It smells like a skunk to me, pal. Mind letting me borrow that bottle for a while? I want to send it to the lab for analysis. If the victim was poisoned, the contents of this bottle are pretty important. Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe. I had a hunch there was something funny about that, chef. You suspect John Armstrong? I got that guy's number. I know what his secret is. Must be the same secret Gumshoe was talking about before. I guess I'd better fill you in on the details. About this Armstrong guy's secret. I mean... Okay. What's his secret? Because you clearly know a little bit more about me. Or more than me, rather. You ever had lunch at Tribulations, pal? Yes. What's up, Ave? We're just doing some bullshit in here. So, how was it? To put it nicely, it was inedible. Hey, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason that place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean. Maybe he's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress, so... Yeah, I guess it's probably the food. The real scoop on the guy is that he's up to his ears in debt. Really? How much does he owe? This is a copy of his loan contract. He's about $500,000 in the red. How'd the Godot case end? Well, all of these are Godot cases, assumably. up until the last one where Miles comes in and starts doing bullshit in the courtroom. But the case the mask case, I think would be the way to phrase it. It was pretty good. It was a good end, I'd say. Decent end. It wasn't anything awful. I enjoyed it. It was pretty cheeky. But, you know, I don't think it was anything amazing. I think it was pretty good, but it was fun. That's all I can really say. Let me take a sippy. $500,000. Are we talking dollars? Yeah. Hey, if it was sterling, he'd really be in trouble. Sorry, that figure just took me by surprise. Yeah, this case is full of surprises, and I'd be willing to bet that the chef's got something to do with most of them. That's my hunch. John's loan contract added to the court record. Well, let's go break his fucking psych locks. Let's go break somebody's psych locks. Alright. I personally think the last case is one of the best cases not involving the main characters as suspects. Yeah, I would say as far as it goes, it was a really good case. I just think it was very easy to figure out. Right? Like, I even added in a little bit more stuff that I thought would have made it a little bit more interesting. And it's not even that, like, oh, because the case didn't go the way I thought it was bad, but I think that if you would have included those couple other things, like, specifically, they're not important, the details that I have. Like, if the picture that was taken by the security camera wasn't actually, it wasn't actually at me in disguise, trying to set up his alibi, his fake alibi, but I was a little bit more leaning on, oh, Desiree found out and she was trying to help. And I think that would have been a nicer touch, just as a story aspect. Maybe it would have presented a little bit more of a complexity. Like, I think it would have worked better as something from a late game case, but for a case 2, I think it was great. I actually think that's probably the best case 2 that we've had, now that I think about it. But as far as everything else goes, I think it was okay. Let's go to Tribulations. We don't know where the fucking chef is. I can't present anything to him. Alright, let's see if we can't get anywhere on this. Tribulations regular. It's time you told me the truth. Why are you a regular at the restaurant you dislike so much? Isn't it obvious? People only have one reason to go to restaurants: to eat. To eat? Is that the whole truth? What do you mean? I don't think you go to that restaurant for the food at all. You insolent brat, how dare you accuse me? What proof have you got? I can tell that you, nor anyone else in the world, would want to go to that place for its food. The lunch special. I forgot that got added. The proof is in the pudding, or in this case, the lunch menu. That's the twin tea set. The food at Tribulations is terrible, and expensive. You're wrong, it's cheap. Huh? I'm rich, I inherited money when I was a boy. Yes, I'm stinking rich. I haven't done a jot of work since I was born, other than feeding the pigeons. Trials and Tribulations tends to have the best case number in the series. For instance, I think this is the best case 3 in the series. Huh? Okay, I get it. Like, case 3 is kind of like hard to... It's hard to say something's going to be worse for me than the 2-3, but as long as it's above that. Like, if it's as on par with 1-3, because 1-3 was fine in the first game, like the Steel Samurai case, I thought that was okay. It was an alright case. What a load of crock. The taste's another story, but the price, it's nothing to me. So you're saying you go there because you've got money to burn? Exactly, I have so much cash I could go for a swim in my money vault every day. Unfortunately, that's a lie. What? You don't have money to burn, you're flat broke. No, job listings. You're looking for a job. This is yours, right? My magazine. Why would a rich retiree be looking for a job? So what? So I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot at the moment. I need spending money. Oh? I don't go to that restaurant for food. I just go for the Javicino. Yeah, I think you mean a cappuccino. Anyway, how much does a cappuccino cost there? $8. Those better be some golden beans. What's your problem? You think a poor old man would be better off drinking dishwater, do you? No, I wasn't thinking that. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great. No, it's not, but anyways, yes, that place has free newspapers to read every day. Newspapers? Exactly, they don't want me hanging around at home, so I go there. That's a lie. That's wrong. I'm sorry, sir, but there are no free papers to read at Tribulations. The only paper that we have is the sports listing. Or not the sports listing, the sports paper, but that was brought in on the day of the murder. Take a look at this. What is that? It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Tribulations. So, what of it? This is the only paper there, and it's dated more than 1 month ago. What? Do you see what I'm getting at here? This restaurant doesn't get newspapers. This is just one that the customer happened to leave behind. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth? I would probably agree that it's on par with 1-3, still the weakest of this game, just like the other 2 Case 3s, not counting the tutorial. What is it with Murder Mystery, or at least Danganronpa and Ace Attorney with Case 3s being funky? Is there like a law that says you have to make a funky Case 3? What has happened to a normal Case 3? Especially because this one was supposed to be an extra case for Game 2. I'm not hiding anything. I'm gonna have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the real reason why you go so much to Tribulations is you like Maggie. What are you asking me about that girl for? She was the waitress at Tribulations. Ah, therefore the answer to the mystery of why an old man would drink expensive coffee at a terrible old restaurant is the waitress. But I don't recognize that face. And you're probably telling the truth here, because you weren't looking at the girl's face, but at her outfit. That's the truth, isn't it? You became a regular of the restaurant because of the waitress uniform. The uniform is all you can think about, isn't it? I can't take it. To you, that waitress was your... Enough, please, no more. Stop saying that word. Stop saying waitress. Alright. Thanks, dickhead. Sir? Yes, it's true, I was going there for the young girl. Fine. So I am a dirty, wicked, sinful old devil. No, I didn't mean it like that. I even get one of those lousy cups of Javicino every time for $8. All because the girl's serving. Punish me. Lock me up. Really, that's not what I'm here for. You'll be the same in another 20 years and you'll understand what it's like. You'll know how painful it is to be an old man like me. No, really, listen, sir. Stop calling me that. I have a name, you know, boy. Show some respect. I'm Victor Kudo. Sorry, Mr. Kudo. You young ones think you know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word. I would love a detective game where every case is as good as Edgeworth's case and Nagito's cases. Yeah, I would love, like, I was talking about it yesterday with Enrage. I really would love to see, like if the Danganronpa 10th anniversary is a new game, I would love to see a fucking highlight reel game or a highlight reel case game, like where every case is literally just, hey, here's a Nagito case, here's another Nagito case. You like Nagito cases? Where every case is on par with like 2-5, and it's just go. Because when we were talking, I was saying, like, well, Danganronpa cases, like, for me, I like Danganronpa cases more than Ace Attorney cases, because the murder, like, for these games are murder mystery games, right? And I think both aspects of those phrases are done better in Danganronpa. The murder is usually more interesting, and the mystery is more of a mystery. Because you look at any given murder in these games, and it's like, okay, what happened? Well, some guy was beat over the head with something. 2 cases later, what happened? Some guy was beat over the head with something. Well, that doesn't really... Well, that doesn't really lead much to a cool murder. You look at fucking Danganronpa, and you're like, oh, what happened in this case? Well, in this case, somebody was killed in an art room and the door was locked from the inside. Oh shit, that's pretty interesting of a mystery. And then you get to the mystery aspect of murder mystery, and this game, like, right now, we have, like, oh, who is Godot? Who could Godot possibly be? But then they have the gumption to, before ever showing us Godot as a person, they were like, well, he seems to have a grudge against you. He loves coffee, and if you paid attention during the trial, or the first chapter, you know that he has relation to Mia. The guy loved to drink his coffee. Oh, who is it? Diego Armando? Oh, sick. I wonder who Godot could be. I think the thing with Dangan is always the how. It's never the what and the how. Yeah, because it's very easy to determine the cause of death as long as the Monokuma file is on it. Like with this, it's like you have the cause of death, but you don't know how you get to the cause of death. The only time the cause of death is obstructed in Danganronpa is because it's part of the mystery. It like shows you that, oh, because this is missing from the file, this is part of the mystery, if even the bear doesn't fucking know. So I think I like Danganronpa cases a little bit more. That's not to say I dislike Ace Attorney. I really like Ace Attorney, but Ace Attorney for me is proving to everybody else how. Right? Danganronpa is proving what, who, and why. Right? Well, not even why. It's what and who. How is pretty much always apparent to at least me. I don't know if that's the same for everybody, but Danganronpa is, I'm trying to figure out the what and the who. But with Ace Attorney, it's the who and the why. And I think what and who is a better question than who and why. Right? Because it's very simple. Danganronpa has better trials, but Ace Attorney may have better investigations. I don't know. I think their investigations are on par with each other. I don't really think there's too much of a disconnect for me between the investigations for both. You have some cases where you have really interesting investigations for both games, for both series. Like you have the DLC case from Game 1 with Emma, where you're doing that all the forensic shit. And then you have something like the investigation for 2-2, where in Danganronpa, where you have to play a fucking arcade cabinet as part of the investigation. So yeah, I'd say Ace Attorney is also a little bit more consistent on its quality of its cases because there's less wacky shit. Like, I don't have to worry about, oh, this person was acting a way they never would have acted because of plot-induced reasons. Right? Like, the person is going to act the way they're going to act regardless. It feels more natural. It feels more grounded. You know, in the series where almost every single trial I have a ghost speak to me from the dead, it feels a little bit more grounded, right? So, I don't know. It's definitely an interesting conversation to have, because I feel like there are two different style of games, even though there's still both murder mysteries. Did you see your Scratcher RNG? I saw you got the Zoe bow. I ended up pulling a Katarina sword, but I already had it, so I just got a dupe of her sword. So I feel like comparing them directly based on like their gameplay merit is a bit hard, but like comparing them on their like specific storytelling elements is a little bit easier. Like their storytelling elements based as far as like mystery goes, right? I feel Danganronpa's mystery is always going to be a little bit like more fun to me because the game doesn't start out right and just I can easily disprove or prove the mystery, right? Like who Godot is, I could prove that off like what was it, like 40 minutes after meeting him? And if that, like it was really easy to figure out who Godot is. And the game isn't going to tell me that until Phoenix comes to that realization. So it's definitely gonna be a topic of discussion in my mind for which one I like more. But as it stands right now, if you were to compare where I was in each game, because like I would say 2-3, that's about halfway through this game. I was on fucking V3-3. I think I would say Danganronpa is my preferred series. I won't tell you anything more. This guy was in the restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony one way or another. I don't believe this. I broke his psych locks and everything. Guess I'll have to get him when he's in a better mood. Alright. Très bien. Alright. So. We got his name. We got his profile. Yeah, 68. Oh, that's the old man. Is he still feeding the pigeons? Yeah, he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Oh, ouch. Hey, Maya, would you mind coming with me for a mile? Or a while? Huh? Me, why? There's something I really want to ask that old man. Sure, okay, I'll just get changed. No, stay in that outfit. No, hang on. Can you go like that? I guess? Sir? You again? Well, I see. Nick, his eyes are burning into me. It's okay, I think it's going pretty well. Okay. Huh? You're still just a little child. Run along and play on the slide, alright? Play on the slide? You're so close, just a little more and you would have spilled. Pigeon. How can we crack this guy? Excuse me, please, sir. Quiet, can't you see I'm feeding the pidge? Mia, okay. That's one way to do it, okay. Well, if you don't mind, sir, I'd really love to talk with you. Yes. Of course, certainly. I'm Victor Kudo. Even from beyond the grave. Wow. So, about the incident. You mean the man who died after drinking the Javachino? It's like he's a different person. It was quite a shock, even for me. He was a strange-looking boy. The girl took the Javachino over to him, you see? And was the customer alone? Definitely. He was the only person at the table. Then he took one sip of his Javachino and... Then he said something like, "Arr!" and then collapsed, dead. Oh, how terrifying. You're so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything, whatever you want to know. He certainly seems to be telling the truth now. It does look like Mr. Kudo didn't see this other man either. Do you like the food at Tribulations? Well, of course, I'm really quite a sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once, you know. I set up a casino in London. Really? How interesting. Eating the food at that restaurant really takes me back to my days in France. What a lovely story. London's in England, not France, you moron. Oh yes, France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It's too much, I can't take it. I want France. I can't believe Mia's laughing at this guy. Alright. So, you visit Tribulations a lot, don't you? Of course. I mean, yes. I like to come and see you there. Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner would be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure. Be careful of that chef, my dear. The chef? You mean Mr. Armstrong? That's right, the man's an ex-con. He's an ex-con. Whatever did Mr. Armstrong do? Oh no, those eyes, I can't take this. He's really got this guy eating out of her hand. He steals things from his customers. Yeah, I could have figured that when he took my fucking Magatama for whatever reason. The whole son of a bitch. From his customers? Gloves, handkerchiefs, little things mainly. He's a pilferer, so you better be careful around him, my dear. Are you sure about this? Of course. He was arrested for it once. I was there when it happened, having my Javachino. He really is a regular. Let me write you a little haiku about it. A haiku? It's a Japanese poem. It'll explain all you need to know about that chef. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. Victor Kudo. If he takes anything again, you let me know. If it's not too expensive, I'll buy you a replacement. Poor guy, he couldn't do enough for Mia. Okay, Phoenix. That's about as much as I can do to help. Thanks, Mia. We got some really important information thanks to you. Honestly, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this. Alright. Thanks, Mia. January 6th, Tribulations. Guess it's about time to wrap. You got changed quick. My god. Had enough of being a waitress? Yeah, plus no one came into the restaurant. Ooh la la, Miss Maya. No, how can you leave me like this? I'm sorry. That reminds me. Mr. Armstrong had a psych lock or 3, didn't he? I'm gonna have to break those. Mr. Armstrong, I hope you won't mind, but I'd like to have another word with you. Of course. Alright, pussy nigga. Does this look familiar? Maggie's motive. What is happening? I do not like this horrible feeling. I want to know the truth. What happened that day? I will confess everything. Just don't hurt me. Well, that was a new world record. It was a lottery ticket. A lottery ticket. The man who died here had a lottery ticket for $500,000. $500,000. Yes, but after the incident, this ticket, it vanished, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, so... were you trying to look for the $500,000? Because that's how much you were in debt for. The ticket disappeared? This is the motive that prosecution gave for Maggie. They said that she poisoned the man to get the $500,000 lottery ticket. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Why, you've been trying to hide this information about the lottery ticket from me. And I want to know the reason why. No, mister, you doubt me, but I have confessed everything to you. I have confessed to you everything I know. Mr. Armstrong, the $500,000 lottery ticket. I think I know who took it. I think the winning lottery ticket was stolen by this person. Mr. Armstrong, I believe there is a very high probability that it was you. Wow, that is one piercing scream, even for a man like him. Why, you have no evidence. I'm not mask to mask. I am not the kind of person who steals the property of others. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence to the contrary. I present to you proof that you have stolen from others in the past. Yeah. What is this, a poem? Or could I present the Magatama there, too? I suppose either. What is this, a poem? Oh, monsieur, you know me so well. I adore poems. Please, read it, and put some feeling into it. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. I'm sorry I have to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong, but you have been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you? You are the liar. You deny it. Do not make false accusations. So, do you have any proof? I want to see incontestable proof that I have stolen from one of my well... It seems old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. What's wrong with... What is this? This is my Magatama, and I found it in your kitchen. Oh, that scream is just about broke some windows. Yes, yes, I have a weakness for the little trinkets and figurines. My hand, it just slips out. I cannot stop it. You stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right? Yes, it's the truth. I'm just a timid little girl inside, mister. A timid little girl. Besides, this time it was not a small trinket, yes? It was $500,000. Why would I steal it? I have no need for such money. Really now? Oh, mister, what is it? Isn't it true you're in some pretty serious trouble? And that you are in desperate need of a large amount of cash? This restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? Ah, you have a loan to the tune of $500,000? That lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself now? There we go. Alright. Mr. Armstrong, you said the victim had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How did you know he had something like this in the first place? The man who was listening to the radio with his earpiece. Maggie said something about that too. Oh. It was the winning lottery numbers announced on the news. Okay. All of a sudden, he exploded. Yes, $500,000, he shouted. And the ticket? Yes, he had all of his tickets spread out on the table. I was so desperately in need of money, so I put the poison in his coffee? No, 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 no. Oh, you naughty man. I simply helped myself to one of his tickets. What? The victim collapsed and Maggie passed out. I thought to myself, what is this? He had so many of them. Yes, but only one of them was the winning ticket, right? How could you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Maggie was arrested because of you. No, it is not true. Are you sure? I did not take it. The ticket for $500,000, I mean. But you just told us you did. You said you took a ticket. Well, no, it was not. That's enough. Huh? Ah, what's up, homie? What the heck are you doing here?
This was without a doubt the worst coffee I've ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong.
He came here for coffee. Does his craving for coffee know no bounds?
Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question.
I'm an airhead, no. Just a pretty little girl who everyone is laughing at. But in that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion.
He had the wrong ticket.
What?
Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's pretty neighbor.
So, the ticket he took was worthless.
Not quite. He did win something. $1.
You see, I'm just a pretty face. Without my looks, I have nothing. So, what happened to the winning lottery ticket then? The one he meant to steal?
Indeed. What did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers, so we'll just wait and see how the movie turns out tomorrow, won't we?
Voila, you too. Time to laugh at the pretty little airhead. Looks like I won't be needing this note anymore. Victor's note thrown into the trash. Looks like we got a new mystery now, namely, where did the winning ticket go? I've got a bad feeling about this. Well, anyway. We can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this. And certainly not again. To be continued. Alright. That's great. That's pretty good. Dog, imagine if fucking Godot pulled up while Mia was in the fucking maid outfit. That would have been nice. Although that probably would have, like, that would have been the fucking over-the-head hit of, are you getting it now, you fucking moron? Alright, trial time. January 7th, 9:48 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Maggie! Detective Gumshoe! Are you doing alright? How you feeling? As if you need to ask either question, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggie, and don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger. And you! Yes? You better square this case away, got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? If you screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. It appears I've been summoned by Kenny. Take it easy, Ben. We'll see you in a little bit. Alright. Why not ask the lottery company who redeemed the jackpot last month? I mean, assuming the guy, the fucking Phonix, has mob ties. No Drake, he definitely, the person who redeemed who had the ticket redeemed to them, probably wouldn't be saying too much, right? If that is correct. He was talking about wise guys and shit. He's part of the mob. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. I think he's serious. Hey, detective, you're on our side for once, right? Yep. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir? Of course. I've got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. Okay, we're forming a united front today, pal. You get me? I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I always admire you so much, detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? I can only wish. So, let's get it. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Stop sliding him cups.
Bitter.
Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? What's wrong? Nothing, just whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, you was talking to me. It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me, that was the phony Phoenix. I see, so our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? Our trusty? So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please.
Mr. Trite, whether you're fake or the real deal, you'll find out soon enough through this trial today.
But I can already tell you, I'm the real Phoenix Wright.
I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not.
Oh. Damn, okay.
That's what I intend to find out.
There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once.
Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during the retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. I have no idea what was presented in the last trial! I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said, trust me. Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness. Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. Witness, state your name for the court.
Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. The name is the police department detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe.
Gumshoe, please. Other way around, detective.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir.
Since yesterday?
Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation's tied up with another case now.
I hope Gumshoe's really got everything under control, for everyone's sake. I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline the court the basic facts of the case?
Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elk. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll for Blue Screens Incorporated, a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence. Died of potassium cyanide poisoning. The time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30. Okay. And here are the floor plans of the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. Poisoned coffee was brought to him by the waitress. The waitress being accused. Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of coffee. At the time of the incident, there were two other people in the restaurant. Mr. John Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo.
Still seems to be a very straightforward case to me. Tribune 4 plan added to the court record. Come, detective, take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own two hands.
Bro, I don't like his it's like poetry, it rhymes. I get it, okay? Godot, I get it. Just calm down.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony.
Okay, so that wasn't even testimony. That was just the layout of the events as it happened. Yes, sir.
The incident. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir.
So the only thing that sucks is that Maggie said she saw somebody else there. But we don't have anything to prove or disprove. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elk, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. What up, Zach? And it looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of motive. Fuck, we need to know a little bit more about the poison. We need to know about the motive, because if she has the ticket, then yes. But if nobody ever found the ticket, that throws out the potential motive.
Using the dark aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady.
The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask you to begin your cross-examination, but yes? Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? I already told you that wasn't me. The incident. Incident took place. Victim was alone. The defendant clearly has stated that they saw somebody else. Can I stop you for just a minute? Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence? He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she said.
What killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction?
Hey!
Sadly, your testimony isn't supported by the owner or other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, it's true. The two testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy on the table. What should I do? Should I press this point a little harder or not? Well, press it harder because we don't have anything to disprove any of them. It's just fucking hearsay at this point. Well, maybe all the other witnesses just missed it. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way.
That argument is just as weak as the coffee at Tribulations, Wright. I have here in my possession of a ticket.
A ticket? It's more like a photo to me.
Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population the defendant.
Godot. Shut up.
This photograph taken from the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place, correct? Oh, that's the judge, never mind. I think the court will agree that such a clear view of the crime scene. How, Mr. Trite, could anyone have overlooked the second person at the table?
Certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. Crime photo added. Well, thank you for giving me evidence. I understand this guy, the Glen Elg, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. So, traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else? Not sure I get you, pal. Was the poison a liquid or a powder? If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper.
Objection! Huh. Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee, Trite?
The victim took his coffee black with no sugar. It seems that the poison could have only been in the coffee. What should I do? Should I press this point a little harder or not? Well, so we need... What? We need... fingerprints, maybe? Press harder? Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank from any of his cup? Or drank any from his cup? Huh? What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Oh, hey, you're right.
In case you were wondering, that last objection was for the detective there.
Huh? For me?
Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have time to waste, you have time to present that piece of evidence.
That piece, sir?
Yes, that piece.
What piece was it again?
This. Godot!
Should I be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me first-degree burns? Oh, now I remember. This is the victim's coffee cup.
Yes, the victim's coffee cup. Take a good look at the rim.
Yes, it's unmistakable. There is clearly a coffee stain on it.
Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in his cup. The victim gulped down the bitter death that the waitress brought to him.
For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victims and the defendants. Right. You don't have to fucking touch the coffee cup to put poison in it. Upon further investigation in his cup, we found a certain chemical substance. What we found was potassium cyanide. Alright. So, motive. We're getting stuff for pressing what I think we should be pressing. So, press that. Some kind of a motive? Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion.
Objection! You know what my golden rule is, detective? Check out a bad cup of coffee. You can always get another.
Huh? I don't get it.
I'm saying we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to chuck you out. So stick to the facts, detective. Now then, what was Miss Bird's motive?
Come on, Gumshoe. She was, as they say, she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too. It disappeared from the scene of the crime.
It wasn't just any lottery ticket, it was a winning ticket for $500,000.
Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. And is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? No. Guys, did we find the fucking ticket on her? Because the only thing we know is that we found the bottle of poison on her. What should I do? Should I press this point a little harder or not? Yes. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client.
Huh. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question.
So it was on her. Never mind. Fuck me. That's a $500,000 lottery dollar. That's a $500,000 lottery ticket? One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. What? How was I didn't have any of this information. Like, what? Give me the fucking information before I go into trial. I don't have any of this.
She's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress.
You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court immediately. I better keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. Alright. Ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial, too. But it feels heavier now.
Somehow. $500,000, you say? It was just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. I mean, at least it happens right away in the trial. But there is literally, like, everything that I pressed, I've gotten evidence from it. You know how helpful this would have been if it would have been presented, like, you know, in that statement that Gumshoe was giving before his testimony, where he was presenting the facts of the case, where he could have easily just given me evidence. Like, that was so easy to do. Because now it just feels like I need to be pressing more, but I don't know if pressing more is going to be a good thing or bad thing, because I am getting evidence, yes. However, I don't know if that's all the evidence or not. Alright. That's enough. Facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime. I like an old man who knows the score. There's also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for the sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules. I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money. Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court already ruled guilty once. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance with one final decisive piece of evidence. He's got more evidence against Maggie? This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like it can't be blood, can it? Huh, it seems the star of our play was a little flustered. Somehow spilled coffee on herself. The coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye. What's up, Master? Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more. Something else? I presume you mean... Of course, I'm referring to the pocket. Godot, you know that's what people aren't talking about. You have to know. The pocket. The search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide, poison used by the killer, was in her apron pocket. Bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket. Yeah, and Maggie's prints were the only ones on it. What? Order, order, order. The court will accept these into evidence. Worn by Maggie has a small pocket with big stains. Totally forgot Maggie was a part of this case. I wouldn't have expected it. I mean, she said at the end of the last game that or at the beginning of, no, was it the end of the last game? I think it was the end of the last game, that she was planning on becoming a waitress after quitting the police force, or being let go from the police force. One of the two, right? I think in the credits she said she was going to become a waitress. I just didn't expect for this restaurant. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why do you not explain the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-covered stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You don't need to be told. Just fucking look at it. Well, detective, could the stain really be blood? No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron while taking someone their breakfast that day. You could have spoken a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Pull a stunt like that again and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness. I thought everyone knew what it was already. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence. Well, if she's a fucking massive klutz, then it's very possible that she could have spilled the coffee and had to refill it. They've all been clearly established. Well, Trite, seems you really are a phony after all. You really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there. The investigation. The crime was reported at 2:25 by a scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quickly, and then the investigation went smoothly. So he didn't have ID on him. That didn't seem suspect to you guys? Like, he didn't want anybody to know where he was going? Are you fucking serious? When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and a bottle of poison, and that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. Except for the fucking real culprit. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Wright. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one. So, let the fun begin. The investigation. Alright, so we figured out who he was pretty quick. Yeah, let's ask him. How did you figure out who he was pretty quick? Wait a sec. Huh? Did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to the court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly? Oh, that. He's so let down. He's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes things going. There was a prescription bag on the victim's table along with the lottery ticket. That's ID. That's identification. You can identify him off that. Fuck. It seems Mr. Glenn Elg had visited his doctor before he went to Tribulations. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source for the court. What should I do? Should I leave this alone or should I ask to hear more? Ask about the prescription bag, what was inside of it. Well, actually, the bag we found was empty. Why is everybody so fucking incompetent? Yeah, completely empty. It was completely empty. You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence. Desperate, are you, Wright? Now, what happened with the investigation after that, detective? Maggie was searched. Okay. So, nothing else was missing from the crime scene except for the fucking... Okay. Breathe. Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point out something to you. There's just one small contradiction in your testimony. Oh, finally. I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will ya? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicines from the scene of the crime later? No. They didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Tribulations. Where then did the medicine disappear to? You are too cool, pal. Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in previous trial. How are you all this dumb? Witness, why do you always overlook such a vital piece of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared? The victim's own prescription could have been lethal poison itself. Here comes Godot. Well, Mr. Godot, what do you have to say to that? That's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, will you? What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? Tolerigon. Whatever the fuck that word is. There's what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot? Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elg found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum. He ruptured his ear... Why did no one look into the guy he had a fight with? Are you... This is really stupid. What was the prescription he given? It was a cream to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. What? It's mentioned in the autopsy report if you read the fine print. They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear. Yes, here it is in very, very fine print. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication. But where did it go? It doesn't matter. Where did it go? Since this medication is irrelevant. No, where did it go? Nick, if you don't think of something quick, it'll all be over. She's right, but I can't get away with any old weak objection. Push the medication issue! Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the scene of the crime. However insignificant it may seem, it's the lawyer's duty to pursue the truth. You know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems like a prescription or a prescription drug that would contain potassium cyanide. It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either, but it did. The possibility is undeniable. That's enough. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness that the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Godot? I got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. You can't do that. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder. You can't do that. Victor Kudo, the pigeon hater? Very well. The matter of disappearing medication seems a little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial. That is something that bothers me. Yay! Good job, Nick. The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess. How the fuck is... Why didn't you guys prepare the only other fucking witness to the crime? Oh my god. I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Court is adjourned for recess. 1103 District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. That was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir? No, it's my line. I think I did die a little bit in there. Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me, but he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Poor Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo. Lover of waitress outfits and projectile seats. I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know. Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me, even those never-ending bird seeds. January 7th, 11:15, District Court, courtroom lobby, or courtroom number 4, not courtroom lobby, my god. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. Prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation, if you don't mind. Name is Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times, too. No need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation. My occupation? You're unemployed. Listen, youngin', how much call do you think there is for a kimono embroidery here? Kimono embroidery? That's what I do, or did, back in Japan. I embroidered family crest on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed. Wow, a real craftsman. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe you can embroider my costume sometime. Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing. So I had to take a job working a cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile. The burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Now then, witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Oh yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachino. Seeds? What do you think these are, huh? I see. So you saw everything that happened, Gramps. Did I? Oh yes. Oh yes I did. I saw it all. Then please tell the court. We're all ears. Sure. I'll tell you. I'll tell you every last detail. He's really getting into this. What I witnessed. The young man was reading the sports paper. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it. He looked like he was in terrible pain, then collapsed. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. You remember her costume well, idiot. You don't remember her face. You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words, what's wrong with the old-fashioned ones, Newfangled? All this talk of radios and glasses, it's wireless and spectacles, I tell you. Excuse me. Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away. Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Young man was reading sports. Yeah. You remember her well, right? You said I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by? Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is. Sorry? You can see all the way up to her, you know. She's practically naked in that uniform. So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit. But anyone could just wear such a uniform, even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court any further mental anguish from that image. Don't get all excited, Nick. You gotta keep yourself together. Guess I got a bit carried away. No, he's right. Because if somebody impersonated me, somebody could have impersonated Maggie. I don't know why we're all dumb today. Is it just... Did I miss something? Did I miss something where everybody in the courtroom is just rarded beyond possible belief? There are other things I recognize about her, too. He seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? Press him harder. Sure, you saw a waitress take coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether the waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these other features that you recognize about the defendant, I would ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. There was a ribbon in her hair, and her apron straps were loose. Does Maggie actually wear a ribbon in her hair? No, nigga, she doesn't. Well, actually in the back, never mind. That's a bow. Is a bow a ribbon? Is a bow a ribbon? Technically? Did you notice that she had a fucking messy apron as well? Press. You do seem to remember several details about her appearance. What about the most crucial detail of all? Her face. As if I wouldn't remember that. The witness noticed the straps on the accused apron. He is unlikely to make a mistake about her face. That's right, I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red. Okay, so ribbon, bow, same thing. Okay, never mind. So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. Huh. There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? I get the feeling there's something more to this somehow. Ask about her back. Identifying features... Oh. Now I see where that other chick comes into play. So what? Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Objection!
Huh. He's got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment. I'll tell you I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add any details about any identifying features. Features you observe from the front, that is, to your testimony. Sure. This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. This world has 4 smart people in it, Nick, Maya, Edgeworth, and Godot. I don't know. Francisca's pretty smart as well. I would put Francisca in over Maya. Maya has just got good intuition. If I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet. Wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. So you didn't see her fucking apron? Are you serious? Why does it seem like everybody's really dumb today? Lana and Francisca are pretty smart. We've only seen Lana for like half a minute, though, really, to be honest. And she's smart, but she was kind of being led into a position where she was doing not smart things. So we haven't seen true Lana, as it were, right? Mr. Kudo, I would like you to please take a look at this. That filthy thing would suit filth just like you perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like after he's just done eating. Have you ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. Oh, sticky keys. Man, fuck. You think I forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot. Yeah, there's a couple smart people, but in this courtroom there is only 2. It's Godot and Phoenix. That's it. What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here. Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't soon forget something like this. Which means, if you had really seen this apron before... Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops. Witness? You just can't oops your way out of this. Huh. Well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Please don't throw another fucking cup at me. Listen, Trite, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird? Exactly. And when that one waitress put poison in the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I suppose you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may well rest on what you remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps. You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. Are you sure about that? I can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what burger a customer wanted. He can't remember? Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Very well. Let's test just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim. About the victim. He was another one of those pesky young types wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought him the Javachino. Little Fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. I mean, is that correct? Can we look at the fucking coffee cup again? I mean, if he was drinking with if his right hand was busy, how this cup is presented, it looks like he was drinking it with his right hand, because the stain is on the inside, which means that he could only have been drinking with his right hand. Okay. So if he picked it up with his free hand and took a sip, you're definitely mistaken about that. Testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory was. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Pearl doesn't know what a computer is. Yes, she was raised outside the city, but she also stated herself she can't read and spell well. Well, Pearl's got good intuition. I think the Faye family just has good intuition off rip. I think that's a natural buff to the family. They start out the skill tree with that. Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything. How are we going to handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose, but it's what I do best. About the victim. Alright, so he drank it with his free hand, right? Ready, Phoenix? 1, 2, 3. Objection! Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? This was a way of testing your credibility of the memory? I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory. I tell you, nothing. If you've got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song. Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left. What is this, kindergarten? But I would like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Mia's pretty smart, but I guess only her spirit is still in this world. I would say Mia is pretty smart, yes. I think Mia is probably the smartest of the Fays that we've seen, but again, a lot of it is from her good intuition. Think about how many times Mia has popped up saying, you have to believe, or there's another way, think about it another way, instead of directly giving fucking Phoenix the answer. Yes, and on the rim, you'll notice a mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand. But how? Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid that this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better go. Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me that I'm mad, you're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. Morgan is fairly smart, to be honest. Her plan in Game 2 is pretty good, but no, I don't even think her plan was that good. Because she should have known that Maya and thus Phoenix would be pulling up. Especially if there was going to be crime investigation. Literally anything that you could have wanted to do, you knew that there were going to be investigators on the scene. You left too many open holes. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony? That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. So was it reflected somehow? Oh yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's that dead young hotbot in you, you spiky-haired yahoo, who were at Frol. Who, me? Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure, why not hear a little more? Mr. Godot. But this is my 16th cup of coffee. So, this is your final stand. Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor. Dog. Left hand or right hand? Bo was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the screen lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand. So were you seeing it reflected? I mean, whatever ear he was wearing the earpiece in, it'd have to match up with the prescription, right? So, what do I have his? Has his profile been updated? His left eardrum ruptured the day before the. Okay, that's it. That's all I needed to see. Sick. So we present his profile. We don't present the prescription. Simple. Well, yeah, if she didn't fuck up killing Gray, then most of the evidence wouldn't be there since it came from him fighting back and putting a bullet into the folding screen, robe, and box. Well, either way, there's enough that you can say, oh, whatever was going on, it still is. If you had a more competent person than Eeny Meeny or Mimi Miny in that spot, it doesn't make any much more of a difference because let's say they killed Gray without that second bullet going through. They planted the evidence on Maya. They still put the key in the incinerator. Or Morgan put the key in the incinerator. There was no reason for us to not suspect anybody else. Right? So, and because she was there, she had enough motive. That's the point, right? The reason that she ever got found out is that she had motive. And the fact that her accomplice was there well before anything happened, with virtually no reason for being there. So it's a little bit of a fuck up on both sides. I could definitely see how you could say it was more Mimi's fault, but it's definitely both sides fucked up. The biggest fuck up was thinking Phoenix was a chump. You should have known that Phoenix Wright was going to be approaching. We know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. HD, TV, DVD, CD, all these newfangled letters drive me mad, but they don't matter. I know what I saw and I'm telling the truth. I mean, yeah, and you can argue that using Meavy was proven wasn't that smart. Yeah, so there's fault on both of them. I don't think Morgan is as smart as she would be led on to be, or led on to be believed to be, just because she was trying to commit that plan with an accomplice. Anytime you try to commit a complex murder plan with an accomplice, you have to know them inside and out, or else it's not going to go through. It's true, he doesn't seem to be lying. And those are the facts in good old black and white. Left hand or right hand. So, the boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side of the green lens as specs, fiddling with it all the time, just before he picked up the cup. Then he used the same hand to pick up his cup. The left hand. Profiles. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange in your observations of the victim. What? You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was in his left ear, without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. I don't think so. What did you say? You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo. But the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. So could I have presented the medication bag? I mean, technically, but I don't know. I think the profile was the right choice. That's right, it's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear. An underrated character in terms of smart is Will Powers, though. My man killed the testimony in 2-4. Yeah, no, Will Powers actually is the GOAT fucking witness. Actually, 100%. Because he couldn't even hear in that ear. Is that true, Captain? It is. Pigeon. Pretty pigeon. Order, order, order. This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind, and he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot? A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk. Captain, are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand. I'll never back down, I know I'm right. The lad drank his Javachino with his left hand. Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly, the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup, he held in his right hand, and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous accounts that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee. Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The facts still stand. With one hand or the other, Mr. L drank the poisoned coffee like this. Sadly, Mr. Godot doesn't wash. The point of this testimony is to establish whether the witness's memory is credible, and the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. Yeah, spit it out. I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old... I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, you can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate the case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned. Okay. Wait. If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now. You got it backwards, but okay. How is your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. I've kept my mouth shut up until now, but there's something else that the court should know. What? There's more. To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything, but I want another chance. I want another crack at you, you young shark. Me? He's looking at me like I'm sort of evil shogun. Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook. Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee. What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man. That's enough, witness. I believe it would be quicker for the court just to hear your testimony. You bet, much, much quicker. I can't believe this is happening. You better get ready, youngster. I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? He's got to be using some kind of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. He's got a headband on. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing, but I'm not too sure of it myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, Wait. The vase is there. Ooh. Ooh. Is that all? Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. You're doubting me again. You're doubting a poor, defenseless old man. No, we're not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Don't you get the feeling that there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick? Yeah, so what, probably. That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine the guy. You're a bird brain, and that's why that's all you can think of. Very well, Mr. Wright, your final cross-examination, please. Alright, well, he knocked over the fucking vase. In the words of my mama. Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene. So what? Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Huh? Lost your tongue, Granddad? I'm no granddad of yours, Hopscotch. Ow, ow! Enough. If you throw any more seeds in this courtroom, then clean... Oh, ah! What was it now? I just remembered something. Yes, go on. The broken vase. It was on my table. What? Well, you see, it started when that young lad collapsed. So I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean. Are you... I fucking hate this guy. The vase on your table? Ah, yes, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked. Just get him out of the fucking courtroom! Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all? Perhaps it's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo. Wait a minute, if that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh yes, I remembered something. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. Wait, listen to me. Well, we seem to have been considerably sidetracked. I'm still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand, and the earpiece which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it. I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. There's one more thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor? The witness we just heard from. He's most insistent that his testimony should be of use. That's the fucking haiku. So he summarized it accordingly in this statement. Okay. You may each have a copy of it, if you wish. Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that. Godot's really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too. Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies. My own, yours, and Mr. Godot's. Yes, Your Honor. Victor's test. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this isn't a piece of testimony, more like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? See if they fucking match? I don't know. Maybe that might be a good idea. That is all. This court is adjourned. To be continued. So, is it just one court phase? That seems pretty short. Is it? Yeah, it is, sure enough. January 7th, 12:52 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. So, how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? Got a bit crazy in there. I just wondered what if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Excuse me. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what old Mr. Kudo saw, the apron straps and the ribbon, and that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis. There we go. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yeah, we've got to find one for Maggie or she's going to have a terminal case of guilty. Can you two stop? Both of you. Alright. So, let's go to the scene of the crime. I guess not. Fuck me. January 7th, Detention Center Visitor's Room. I guess Maggie's still in questioning. But we've got questions to ask her, too. Maggie! Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. What's up, Panda Express? Let's go to... Oh, Très bien. There we go. January 7th, Très bien. Empty as usual. And it's lunchtime, too. That's it. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, that sounds like... Just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can. He's getting real worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. It looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, it's you. I was listening to the radio, pal. To the radio. Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is, and he's having the twin tea set. What can I say? So, this is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? How you living? I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself, brother? Really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why, of all days, didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it, for once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? Would he prefer crumbly like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again. Something like that. He runs. Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Von Karma type beat. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. So, why are you eating here? So, did you like the Twin Tea set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for 20 bucks, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, really. It was delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. And I just realized it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. Gumshoe. Just kind of hard to admit to yourself when you paid 20 bucks for it, you know? Maybe you should have found out after he'd finished eating. Hey, Nick. Maybe that's why Glen Elk came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce Twin Tea set. If by fierce you mean fearsome, speaking of Glen Elk, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here? So, why are you listening to the radio? So, what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What are you listening to? Nothing, really. It was just the, daily exercise show. Why? Ah, this lunch specials lobster sure is great. Why are there tears in your eyes? Alright. It's Magatama time! The radio. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No, wait, pal. Now that you made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it's related to the lottery. I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you tried to win big just like Glen Elk did. It's like you can see right through me, huh? Cracked them already. Okay. See, pal, that's why I said it was nothing. Oh, fine, fuck it, that was easy. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. What's everyone in the lottery? So, how'd it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. About the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elg, you see? And they got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They do the drawings live on the air. It's intense, pal. I bet that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed. Yeah. What time is it now? It's just after 1:30. Their lottery results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah. Look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Millionaire Radio flyer added to the court record. Millionaire Radio? That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Alright, so that's about it, right? But we need to ask a little bit more about Glen Elg. This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. Blue Screens Incorporated, right? What happens when he crashes, though? Does he stop moving all of a sudden? He wasn't literally a computer mind. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any more information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elg worked yet? You might as well. His workplace? Where is that? Computer firm called Blue Screens Incorporated, or something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun. Let's go, Nick. Computers aren't really my thing, Milo. We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff. I wonder about that. Just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. Wonder if Gumshoe won and dropped the case because he's fucking rich now. Dog. That would be the most hilarious thing ever. Literally just, oh, Phoenix, I'm leaving. A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc., huh? Well, let's go check it out. Blue Screens Incorporated. Dog. I don't want to be here. I don't want to talk to y'all niggas. I'm gonna be honest. Y'all look weird back there. Wow, this place is so high-tech, you can almost smell the electricity in the air. This is a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know? Who are you? I'm sorry, is that a fucking robot? Hello? I'm sorry, access is restricted to authorized personnel only. Or is that just a fancy fucking suit? This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational. My name is Lisa Basil. Your name is also an anagram. I'm the company director. Director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in a shell. And the thing over her eye isn't the same thing as Glen Elg's? Oh yeah, palindrome, not... What did I say? Acronym? Palindrome as well as Glen Elg. That's a DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. I said anagram, my bad, okay. All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Incorporated are supplies with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. Alright. Blue Screens Inc. What is this exactly is this firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. HMD, hold my dick. You lost me at the corner of analyze and management. It doesn't matter, they analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs, yep. So, MC Bomber is one of those programs. Great. That's the one thing we never figured out. We never actually learned about MC Bomber. CDs? Yes, compact disc, digital optical storage medium. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It's a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? I'm researching the impact. Oh. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did you get people follow all that? Yeah. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. Alright, so talk to me about what happened to your employee. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know, it's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier, too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who had committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Inc. Oh. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's the one right in front of you. Ah. A jockey on a horse. This is his desk? Did anything might be useful to you, you're welcome to take it. I guess there might be a clue here. So, move, nigga. Well, look at his desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. She's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry, though. Hey, this calendar. What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone has marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah, it says meet with the tiger. Tiger? So, is that fucking the guy on the scooter? Is that the tiger? He did have tiger designs on his shirt, but I don't know if he's the tiger or not. Alright, you got some shit underneath your desk. These notes on the floor. Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. He's a loan shark. Alright, that makes sense. Makes a whole bunch of sense. What kind of betting tickets? For betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh wow, his drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Yep, there's over 500 horse racing tickets. This many tickets would get you what? A buck down at the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard up that you'd try to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence. Can you just back up? Are you serious? I can't believe that you would actually say that to me. Alright, so. Lisa, talk to me about the man. About Mr. Elk. He was a top programmer. I would even say he's a genius. But he did suffer from one or two bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. You've already slipped up. Don't throw the locks up. Don't throw the locks up. Answer the question. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he was in really no trouble at all. Model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. You gotta find out what this trouble was exactly. Don't throw the locks up. About Mr. L. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry. Why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said himself that he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser? Fuck. Of course, you son of bitch. I guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. Get me out of here. Alright. So. Gumshoe's still here. We need to talk to Armstrong. January 7th, Tribulations, kitchen. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. I'll be back next month. So, who in here doing illegal shit? Naturally, I'll be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. No, stop, I beg you. And don't let me down. I'll be watching you. No, this is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh no, you don't have to worry about that. You know, you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye, for now. I have the shivers. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before I become a nervous wreck. Here, oh yes, that feels good. Excuse me. My eyes. Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, then you need this. The oil of sandalwood. Isn't this just the leftovers of what you were just using? Alright. You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? No, you are right, mister. Perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you a supreme dish. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you are right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it. They think it is Trey. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you serve fast food on cheap plastic trays? Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to the finale. No one will take it from me. Alright, so you want to talk to me about the creepy goth chick? So, who's that woman you were just talking to? Oh, you saw that. Yeah. Sorry. So, who was she? She looked so polite and graceful. Polite? Graceful? She likes raw meat and fires, right? Yep. Now that I think about it, hey Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Well, let's show them that piece of evidence and see what happens. Alright, so... They wouldn't have anything to do with your fucking debt, would they? So as long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. Yes, they keep harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? Well, if I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied. Please, what did you agree to help them with? No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with the salad garnish. I hope she doesn't mean that he'll be literally sliced up and served with garnish. I'm gonna guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Ah, please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. Now? That woman just now. The woman was here earlier. I take it that she's, Why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in debt. It's a sign of the bad, bad world we live in, huh? No, I'd say it's a sign of the bad, bad culinary skills. The woman who's here, she is a scary woman. She is from the loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? Yes, tender lender it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Stipend. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. So tender lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? I wonder if they got anything to do with this case. God, Armstrong makes me so uncomfortable. He do be looking kinda weird, though. I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to him loaning me money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like a slave. I have to do everything that he tells me. Who is this he? The Tiger. There's that name again. The Tiger? Yes. He is the manager of Tenderlender, a terrifying man, the big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of the battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. Ah, yeah, Tiger. So he's not Phoenix, he's Tiger right, or Tiger wrong. A big city mobster who rides an old battered scooter? Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no, no, no. This man is a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, yes, he does have the spiky hair just like you. Oh, their resemblance is there, I suppose. Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all. If you want to visit Tenderlender, to just be on Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick, if you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. Just be on Vitamin Square, huh? Let me get out of here. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up by now. There's another big case going on at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, we'll see you later. Nobody's gonna ask what that case is? No one. That's... Alright, we're just being stupid today. That's cool. That's fair. Everybody's being really stupid. I love it. I love when people are stupid. Bye. You're back. You better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I got kinda a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's for Maggie, actually. I was kinda hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been real worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? That's not a person. There's not a person on Earth who could down this much meat. You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So, will you give it to her? It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal. I can't exactly say no now, can I? Alright. Fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. Chris, when aren't they being stupid? Excellent question. The world may never fucking know. Alright. So, let's go to... We can go back to... we can go to Tenderlender, right? At least I think we can. Can we go to Vitamin Square? And then to Tenderlender? Ah, the scooter's back. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway, at least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. I can investigate this now. Hey, check this out. I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you, otherwise you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine, a tiger loose in the city. Meanwhile, the real phoenix is an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle. Huh? Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and be a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope. Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Alright, well, can we move to Tenderlender? Yes, we can. January 7th, Tenderlender. This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Talk about a creepy voice, it makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. You're here to discuss a loan? No, not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone, just like that. Guess we'll have to come back at another time. But this is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks with suspicion. Come on, Nick, let's take a look around, okay? You think it'd be okay? Of course, no one will ever... Coffee. Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly. Yes, thank you. Not touch the desk, please. Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. Well, that ain't my style. Let's see, this round doll is called a Daruma, I think. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you were wondering. You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change? I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always write himself. Come on, Nick, give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. Now, this yellow thing, this is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king? Not that I'm an expert or anything, more of a reversey person, you know? Assuming she knows anything what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey! There's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. What is it, a repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? 15 grand to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane! The car is registered to the Catavernus? Catavernus? Huh? So it's not even the Tiger's car? Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Repair bill added to the court. Paid by Tigre to the Cataverini family. That's a name. That is certainly a fucking name. Alright, so here's win through compromise. Win through compromise? I wonder what that's supposed to mean. It must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that. Yeah, well, it still doesn't make any sense to me. That's Tenderlander's guiding principle. Oh. Compromise the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick? Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to make any compromise to my hair, I'd say we're okay. That's one slogan no business owner should ever have to explain to their customers. Alright, so, the question is this the MC Bomber CD? The CD player on the desk. The desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it. What? The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music Tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all? If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. That coffee was laced with something, I'm almost sure of it. Nick, my stomach, it's killing me. Oh wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. You ate a burger for breakfast, Maya? Also, what's up, Hyperion? I haven't seen you in here, or at least I haven't noticed you in here. Maybe I'm an asshole, but what's up? I sure hope so. We better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger? Rocco, Claw of the Tiger. It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc in pen. MC Bomber. What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. Or it's a fucking program! Calm down. No way, that woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. MC Bomber added to the court record. Alright, so. Now what's with this ashtray? Oh no, someone's dropped an ashtray onto the floor. Whoops. Accidentally clicked the options thing. It's gonna be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a real big space heater once. Cleaning it up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. How did you manage to knock over one of those? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy? Oh hey, there's a book of matches here too. From Tribulations. Huh? Matches, huh? Places don't give those out much now. Hey, wait a second! What is it? Look what's printed on its cover. It says Tribulations. Tribulations matches added to the court record. These matches could come in handy. We might be able to use them. Yeah, the pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. So what you got my coat back there for? Hey, look at this Parisian-style coat. It's so chic. It's more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't gotten an item for fashion. Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. Same color as my suit? Ah! Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you gotta take a look. Some cake. Ah! I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? I'm scared, Nick. So, what were you getting excited about before? Look on the lapel of the suit. That's... an attorney's badge? Is the tiger a lawyer? No, wait, look at this thing. It's made of paper. Yep. Made of cardboard and painted to look authentic. Dog, how did anyone get fooled by this? For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick. Why does anyone just recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? Hey, Tiger. Come out from under the desk, Maya. The Tiger. What are you two snooping around my office for? Nothing, we were just... My precious carpet, you got ash on my rug. You're gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door. It wasn't us. You just wanna argue with me? Is that what you're doing? You think you can take me on? I'm gonna flatten you tools into pancakes and turn you into my new rug. Oh. Don Tiger, you're back. That voice, it's like evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tiger. I knocked over that ashtray earlier and... Has she got a death wish or what? Well, he's not gonna be afraid of her. Oh, right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. It's nothing. What? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. You need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Phoenix Wright. Yes? You was either crazy or plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now he's gotta come and mess up my plan. So it was him. He's my phony. But I don't care. No one gets in my way. What? I mean, excuse me? You should have left the little girl at home, Wright. I have a few things... Ah! No question, this is the last time we meet. Wait, please. That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of the earshot before you shouted after him. Like you're one to talk, I didn't hear you scream, hold it either. The espresso. And cookies. I almost fucking had a heart attack while at Publix, met with a guy I haven't seen in forever. Poggers. How often had you genuinely had to show your badge, though? But either way, also it's been taken off the coat now that I notice. It's very easy to see that, like, the one is made of gold, and one is not. One is made of cardboard. And you know what the fuck is this nigga? He's a fucking mob boss. Or mob loan shark. And cookies. This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now then, what was the tiger called her? Violetta? So, can you tell me a little bit about this place? I'm kind of curious about your company, Tenderlander. The warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business, conscientious rate of interest, and an attractive repayment policy. Why do I get the feeling the sentence is not going to end well? We will tenderly lend you a little bit extra here at Tenderlander. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from that card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? Would I like to take out a loan from this place? Not so much. Tenderlander is on your side. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right. I think I'd rather skip town. Is the real one made of gold? I can't even remember. Well, it's not made of cardboard, that's for fucking sure. It's a badge. Gold, brass, whatever the fuck it is. It doesn't look like cardboard. Just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. Alright, so do you know anything about what happened? The incident we're investigating. What incident? Well, a man was poisoned at the restaurant near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. The manager being the tiger? Furio Tigre. Furio Tigre. That name heat. Tigre, so that's where tiger comes from. Zenop's got a really name. Nick, hurry up and find out more about him. Alright, so... Can I present his... Do I have his profile now? Well, we got Violetta, and we've got Furio Tigre. Well, fuck it, present. Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre. Cookie. Sure? How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Go ahead, Nick, the honor is all yours. No, ladies first, Maya. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and this scary girl doing here? We are lovers. That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. And I owe Don Tiger my life. He's the one who saved me. The tiger saved you? Please, address him properly as Don Tigre, otherwise I'll have to... Okay, Don Tigre. Of course, I'm sorry. He saved her life? I'd sure like to know how that happened. Well, I don't assume he would do anything with the fucking big bandage on her head. I'm very frail, you see. Just recently I died once. You died. About 4 months ago. The doctors said to abandon all hope. I guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx. But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So, is that why you've got the bandage around your head? This? So what's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. A fatal injury. Maya just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once. There you go. 4? My god. She really creeps me out, Nick. Same here, but we've got to find the truth. Alright. Definitely can't open that. Let's move, nigga. January 7th, Vitamin Square. There he is. Old CD's back to feeding the pigeons again. Gotta take this, and get out of my park. Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just sneak down. Keep your head down and let's sneak away while we still can. What? Why? Hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Ah. Hey, he just turned his back on us. I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo. Pigeon. Look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with the demons. Seeds, shell splinters, painful. Maya, much like Nagito for the rest of DR2, needs to learn when to not speak. That is correct. I always knew you were a demon, Maya. Alright, so, can we talk to you at all, or are you going to be a dickhead? I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today. Everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. Finally watching your DR2 playthrough, and dirty old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside that he can't remember her face. A filthy, depraved animal. Not at all. Akane is a constant of just wanting to punch Nagito lightly to death. Just a little bit. She gets a little bit of that chance. Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into the young lad's Javachino. We hear you. Just got to the class trial of Chapter 3. Ah, poggers. And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles. I'm really sorry. So I made a little mistake about the vase, so what? Rip to the King Nekomaru, he'll be okay though. Big robot boys, poggers. Always robot boys. I know what I saw, I tell you. Okay, take it easy, please, Mr. Don't tell me you take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this. Alright, so you said you were a craftsman, right? The modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves. Surely it's not that. I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. Do you hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer, I was born one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole, "Objection!" Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he was just in a bad mood, that's all. I've got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out. If we let him start rambling up now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? I just let him ramble. There's not much call for craftsmen these days, then. Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands. Errands? Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of 2-bit community handyman? Well, buy some bread now that I can understand. But what's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't these people say what they mean? Get lost, that's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute, what did he just say? At home and at that restaurant. Hold up. By restaurant, are you talking about Tribulations? Did you get asked to run an errand there too? Yes, I did, the very day that brat was poisoned. The what? So, what was the errand? Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table. The serving girl collapsed, and I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was in a bit of a daze, you see. The owner shouted over to me. Excuse me, you, call the police. Call them yourself, I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time. So, did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze. Did you call them on your cell phone? Do I look like I have one of the newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course. You went looking for one. I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes. So for 5 minutes after the incident happened, yes sir, the owner was at Tribulations on his own. Why didn't you mention this sort of thing in court this morning? Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance, but you all bullied me out of the courtroom. Well, I mean, you were saying a whole bunch of bullshit. You had to get out of the courtroom. You were kind of just doing nonsense in there. Yes, I remember something else, and then you had him escorted out. Yeah, of course. It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame. You could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead and Maggie was unconscious, which leaves that man alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe it's certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Ah! Oh sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead. I need to get more details about exactly what happened. From Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Well, let's go to the kitchen. Très bien. Kitchen. January 7th, Très bien. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again, but the place is open for business. You can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Missing when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose. Interesting. Well, let's go talk to Maggie then, if we can. January 7th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Oh, Mr. Wright. Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. What do you mean? No, don't take it. It's not Gumshoe's fault. He's stupid. Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident anyway. Is it possible that she's the one misremembering things? So, what about these contradictions? You know, you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there are just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? So you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it. What's up, AJ Moose Man? Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber, Maya. That name was scrawled on the fucking sports paper. I never did find that CD at this crime scene either. Phoenix, now would be a time to speak up! Or the victim's medication, that's gone missing too. Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me. You said that you passed out when the victim, Glenn L., collapsed, right? Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to the restaurant that was buzzing with police, before I knew it what was going on, they arrested me, sir. How dare you? How dare who? How dare me? What did I do? So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, why is that nigga wearing a scouter? It is an HMD, which means head-mounted display. I think that would be the most optimal fucking form for that acronym. You have no idea what went on at Trivia. No idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly. And you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke to him earlier. Shoutouts to Maggie for being one of the few people with dubious honor, if not the only one, getting accused of murder 3 times in a row. When is the 3rd time? This is the 2nd time for all I'm aware. At least as far as I know. I don't know. The things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. When can we use the force me to throw? When I get into the courtroom. So, if you may notice that there is now a slightly more expensive option for you to use on your channel points. And I was going to explain it when we got into the actual important trial, considering the first part of the trial was bullshit. But if you have 5,000 channel points, you can force me to make the wrong decision. It's pretty much as it says right there. What you read on the tin is what you get. I need to figure out more things to get. So if you have any good recommendations for what to use channel points for, aside from song requests, because that's probably going to be one, go ahead. Throw them out. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. It's been a while, but I'm fairly certain she's accused of murder in the Ace Attorney investigations. Well, I haven't played that, so I have no idea. Chris about to take some damage? Yes. So if you do happen to cash that option in, I will tell you that oh, you motherfucker. Alex, you're gonna lurk for that long, come in and do that? So during the trial, I will state what I think is the correct answer if that thing pops up, or if the redeem pops up, and I will state the correct answer, but then choose something completely wrong. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about Old Seedy. This can happen in cross-examination. This can happen in evidence, like presenting. This can happen in what's the thing? This can happen in like dialogue choices. So you can force me to game over. However, I will be. Remember that you can throw it a Cyclock. Okay, yeah. So definitely. If you think that you want me to throw at any particular moment of gameplay, go ahead and cash that in. I will be taking hard advantage of saving before it happens, though, so keep that in mind. So, we've got that. Let's go ahead and talk to you about Mr. Man's testimony. Where is it? It's the thing that looks like the fucking... yeah, picture's testimony. Whoops. I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've had a bit of a courtroom proceedings. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years. Okay, there we go. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. Get one for silencing people in chat for 10 minutes? Oh, most definitely. Hold on. The only problem with that is if you silence the person, somebody's going to come in here and silence one person that's doing nothing but talking. About to get grimy with these points? Most definitely. Once that guilty verdict shows up, the Phoenix record is taking a nosedive. Yep. So, he's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Alright, so, you've got Victor's testimony to talk about. You don't want that one? Yeah? I'm at 40k. Yeah, no, I'm going to be upping these fucking, these point requirements for a lot of things. Also, let me go ahead and head over to the creator dashboard real quick. Where is that thing anyways? Community, channel points, 10k for the silencer, most definitely. So, manage rewards. So, I did have an idea of... Can you change the amount of times that... Alright, here, let's do this. Enter max number. Let's do 10 throws per stream. How about that? Add new custom reward. 100k for a different game. Fuck it, why not? I know some people have just been in here gathering points. So... We'll make it 5 minutes, how about that? saying if we work together, we could be a whole 2 losses. Yeah, you have to play it. You have to play it right though. There can only be 10 per stream. There can only be 10 per stream. $10K. Enter text. Yes. Yeah, playing it for Cyclops is dumb because you can get health back for beating them. Oh, you shouldn't have told people that. I want to see people be stupid. Damn bit. Alright, so does it show up immediately? Yeah, it shows up immediately. The silencer is available. Nobody go crazy just yet though. Alright, is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? When I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true that there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say it was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. Call it librarian's glare? Better idea, because I just called it the silencer. The other customer was a woman. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy, and had kind of a cackling laugh. Creepy. Interdast. So, here, we'll do... Game... Selection. There we go. That makes sense. Add a blurb. Okay, so... Yeah. Just don't librarians glare at anybody just for no reason. That's just mean. Alright, so background color. Fuck it, we're making that shit pink. Create. Alright, so now there are 2 more channel point redemptions. And you may be saying, Chris, I can't select one of those. Yeah, stay in here for a little bit. Yeah, if they're talking like a dummy, definitely fucking shut them up, but you can also use it if you're arguing with somebody. Creepy. Cackling. Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? I don't know how the fuck I got this O promote. Bro, whose channel is that from? Choreos? My god. Alright, so, we've definitely run into somebody that's creepy. Are we talking about the 150k option? You see what it says. Also, we have a gift from Mr. Gumshoe. Why aren't you responding to my arguments, my man? No argument must mean I won. I got something you're gonna love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox, just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies, too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who also makes such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this, too. I can't accept it. Detention are rules, no gifts allowed. Come on, Maggie, don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up even if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But she's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But I guess so. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya. Well, how was it? I hit the spot. I love weenies. Oh, good. I'm glad to have given it to you then, sir. No. No! He's gonna be crushed. Let's go tell him. January 7th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet, too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online, and I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No! Just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend. Wow, this place is really buzzing. Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe. You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus. A virus. A virus? There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. But I really need to ask you some questions. About Tenderland or some... Okay, I'm gonna only say this once, so listen up. Yes? No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear? Okay. If you got money trouble, just go on a diet instead of a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. We're not thinking of borrowing money, detective. We just want information. Never got my notification. Feels bad, man. What notification? For the stream? Juve, you know where to go. You know where to go if you want to see that I'm streaming or not. You know my Twitter is right there. Those are dangerous statements in these times, Gumshoe. Can't go shouting it's a virus right now. Well, is that all? Well, let's see. Tenderland is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems to ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed calling in all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You know, really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did you just say? That lady. Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? Better find out what the story is with this lady. So, what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? You hear that detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that base, pal? You think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? A computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? I don't get the feeling they're making fun of me. Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but at least I can explain the basics to the two of you. Alright, a virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean makes the machine go boom and explode? No, the damage is... well, it's all internal. So, the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've got stored on your PCs here at the station. A virus could wipe out all of that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But Nick, why would anyone want to make a computer program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Who would want to destroy it, pal? Or why would we want to destroy it? No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Can't escape the virus talk even when playing Ace Attorney. What does the world come to? At least it's good viruses. It's the ones that I don't have to worry about people shitposting about. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Who, what, where, when, and why did the conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell got cleared of it, though. Yeah. It's almost like you can cure diseases just by existing. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. Name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard it before, too. Well, are you serious? You're forcing me to present this. Okay, sick. Detective Gumshoe, about this. What? I'm trying... Ah! This is it. This stupid name. I remember now. I thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. Well, I mean... who could have possibly seen this coming? Who in the world? It's a virus and not a CD? Oh my god. That's crazy. Who would ever imagine that the computer program guy carrying around a CD, it wasn't music? Oh. Oh no. What? Yeah, the virus that's just infected everyone's computer in the station. It's MC Bomber, pal. Get that Pop-Tart out your mouth? It's a granola bar. Fuck you. Can you give us any more details, please? Alright, so. We already knew about MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know. Some hopshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer and in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All this stuff with criminals and viruses, it almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently, the program who made the virus was a real genius or something. Focus right now is on tracing the route of this virus on the black market. You mean someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, because this one's so powerful. They're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. In the millions? The virus can be worth that much? Yeah. So he was in debt, he was going to sell off the virus and then be out of debt. Simple. But they killed him and stole the virus and then made off. Alright, that's pretty easy. Alright, now. This creepy lady. That's the girl who works over at Tenderland. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Her name's Viola Cadaverini. Okay. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. That's. I realized it was a joke, but I was trying to read it like it was an actual name. Bruto Cadaverini? Do you know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini is the boss of the Cadaverini family. The Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name. We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't ever remember saying I was going to. I better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. So, I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop, these guys are scary. They got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them, they've got too much moolah. Moolah? As in, they pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market. Black market, huh? That includes Tenderlander, I take it? Sure, no one stands up to Brutal Cadaverini, and I mean no one. Interesting. So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at Tenderlander? I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of Tenderlander are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it said in a file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds like a pretty important clue. Ah, I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? Huh. Lunchbox? You remember the weenies? Dog. Oh yeah, those weenies. So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Well, it was delicious. Yeah, that's what she said, really? Well, don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this? It sure is a heavy burden in more ways than one. I'm still hung up on Tenderlander. They're just handing out chicken tenders. What is the problem? I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all these, too. Gumshoe's lunchbox given to Maya. Again. I really can't eat anymore. How many weenies How did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Weenies is just awful. Well, let's move, niggas. I want to go to blue screens because I want to talk to the fucking robot. Because we have a lot of shit now. We can probably break these cyclocks. It just seemed possible. Let's find out what you gotta say. Glenn's troubles. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service. What is she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. What was this lady's last name again? Her name is Basil. Lisa Basil. It's a palindrome. Miss Basil, let me ask you something, just like Glenn Elg. Did Mr. Elg's trouble have something to do with this? What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets. All losing ones. With that many tickets, you could only get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? But what is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg, he had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. But look how many fucking tickets there are! Are you serious? Alright, not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe this proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. It's got to have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? You're sweating. Or leaking, if you're a robot. One of the two. Can't tell you. Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps. No. You are right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You know, good people must not follow his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't think I have the money to buy any. But, if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000? Yes, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? She's like fucking scooting around like a goddamn robot. She's like got a Roomba for legs. It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end, but that was his first stroke of good luck. He was deep in trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elg's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Like somebody whose name is Tiger. Bro, he's just brown. I don't even know if it's orange or brown. It's definitely tan, but it's the Hulk Hogan tan. Furio Tigre, the boss of a loan office called Tenderlender. Tenderlender? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk, well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. But I don't think we need to borrow money. No, I mean about Mr. Elg. You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know the connection. I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really? Because I got proof that Mr. Elg and the Tiger knew each other. Well, his fucking horse calendar. Meet with the Tiger. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tenderlender. This is who Mr. Elg met with on the day of this murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. Now, it's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. And that would make sense because on this, 100 grand, 500 grand, MC Bomber. Also, this is definitely just a drawing of fucking mask to mask. Now that I'm looking at it without the text box over it. That's stupid. Forced to throw? Oh, fuck. Well, $100,000? Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get that bit of good luck. Okay. So the guy got lucky and won the lottery. What if he hadn't won? You didn't throw for my redemption? I'll throw 2 in a row, how about that? If there's 2 left, right? So, what was his plan then? Or I'll just throw twice in a row. Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents. I suppose he was talking about programming. What computer program is worth $100,000? Phoenix. Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance the lunch special? It's definitely MC Bomber. This is a very delicate matter. Without necessary data, there's no way I can access them. I know Mr. L created some sort of program. She can't deny I show the program itself as evidence. So close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance an apron? This is a very delicate matter. Without the necessary data, there is no way I can access the information. Yes. Alright. So there you go. 2 throws back to back. Program in question is MC Bomber. Well, this is it, isn't it? And this is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. No. Wow. That was a full heal off the Cyclock. So, tell me about Glenn's trouble. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he also said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations. Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius. But in a bad sort of way, of course. But still genius. Something like that would have probably fetched several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar, that was his deadline for repaying his debts. MC Bomber updated in the court record. Alright. Guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Elg's losing horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor. Use the trash can, Nick. Alright, so we got that. That's about it. We can go apply pressure at Tenderlender. Cause fucking Violet had a set of locks for us too. Alright. Oh, I gotta present the Magatama, that's right. Let's get it! The head bandage. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation? You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? The injury in question have something to do with this. Where is the repair bill for the car? I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. The relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why. Well, I mean, it's your fucking last name, but, you know. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember. Oh. You hit him with the car and then he fell in love with you. That's amazing. Anyway, I started to try to avoid it, but I took a blow to the head. A bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they stayed, I'd have... Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been... the tiger? It only makes sense. It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident. It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. He collided the motorbike in my car? But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he? It was the tiger who caused the vial lit a crash, I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him, too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. I mean, it's the fucking Scooty Puff Jr. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tiger rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was also paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis must have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true. I knew it. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? Oh, hold on. I just realized it's past 2. Give me a moment. It's time to niggle it up with Mobile James. Grand Blue. Anyways, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me he said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Get that damn 5-7? Look, I'll work on the event tonight. So ain't it almost 4:45 for you? I don't look at the clock that often. Hey, a 10 roll. Sick. Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but because of someone else. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? Chris, word of advice, if you're up to like 2 a.m., not tonight, but the next night. Okay. But yeah, I'll be getting 5-7 tonight. There's a lot of mobile games have fucking events going on, so I gotta prioritize which one I'm doing. Save tomorrow's rolls for when the gacha changes. Okay, that's fair. As long as I don't get anything, if I get a 10 roll, I probably will just say fuck it and roll. And you're his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation costs, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? $1 million. Unlock successful. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. Speaking of gacha, your boy Guzma's in Pokemon Masters. We're talking about good gachas, though. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious, a simple procedure. Really? Well, I guess she recovered in 4 months. It couldn't have been too big. They say the operation cost $1 million. $1 million. My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay it. $1 million in compensation. I'm hunting down 3 of her so I can get enough medals for the other trophy units. Ooh, almost dropped my whole phone. But I'm probably only going to get 1 because I don't really have a need to get the other units because I've already gotten them before. It's DSR and what else? It's DSR and somebody else that's in the metal shop, right? And I've already got DSR, so I don't... Ooh, SSR off my 10 roll. Hey, Gold Moon time. Hey, Capulet's Oath. Nice. Oh. It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. I've seen a lot of people getting really good shit from the 3-coin scratcher. Yeah, I actually need to do my scratcher too, for the coin that I got today. JSO5? Okay. Wait, JSO5, my god. That's why I'm just farming the 5-7 maps for the medals in her. You can get the platinum coins from like anything where you can get a 5-star drop, right? Uh-oh. I'm gonna get silver bricks. I don't even know why. I got my hopes up. 2 grands back-to-back scratch off. Or I could get an intricacy ring. Intricacy ring! Yay! But $1 million? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. Alright, so compensation. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. When he did get the money, it was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Yeah, so I'll probably just farm up a fucking 5-star drop map, and then just exchange for 5-7, because that's literally all I need. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these. What are these medical papers? I'm Bruno Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. I feel bad for her. Daughter of a mob boss or not, that's sad. Wow, I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things that I just consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. This is the first time I'm hearing about it, Phoenix. It's a little bit crazy, but okay. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah. I don't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Repair bill thrown into the trash. Remember case 1? What do you mean? 4 medals a run, 4 checks for 5-7. It's 500 for a trade-in, right? So I can do easily just 100 runs of any map. And it's an S run. It's an S rank that I have to get for the medals, right? Weren't you on the last case of the first game like 5 days ago? Did you just speed through the second game? The second game has only got 4 cases, and most of them are pretty short, but kind of. Also, Ben, what do you mean remember case 1? Poison and betrayal? Yeah, I mean, it's the first. It's definitely something Phoenix has a tie to, but you think it would have came up in the other 2 games. Her map is easiest farming her, or the easiest farming map? Well, we'll see about that. Let's go to Vitamin Square. We're gonna go back to Tribulations though, cause the chef definitely knows some shit. Bonjour, I have been waiting for you to return. Chris, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. But it's a good answer. I want the answer. Alright. I've been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong. Good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas. Alright, Zinno. Who are you calling Zinio? Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? You just want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now. Oh, I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad, and it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got powder because she's Bruno's little girl, or Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. Yes. Mr. Armstrong? Forgive me. I cannot argue with him. Bro, that really hurt. Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait, don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Phoenix, those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal! Detective Gumshoe! Detective! You thinks you're gonna stop me, copper? Beat it. Whoa, come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. Saving us from the mob twice. Let's go, Gumshoe, Pog! But, go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Alright, thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. Get out from under the table and we can go. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow, in court. Tenderlender is going down. To be continued. Gumshoe really bout it. I fuck with it. Literally just ride or die. Ride or die Detective Dick Gumshoe. January 8th, 946, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Good Morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is gonna happen today, sir? Well, we gonna fucking win, nigga. What you think is gonna win? 13-1. I'm pulling up. Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. We still haven't got a single part of it yet, or solved a single part of it. Are you okay, Nick? A little bit. Yeah, of course. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt, that was, determination. 13-2, results adjusted for fraud. Hey, who and why? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal. Dog, you walked out of there. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Totally Phoenix, right? Yeah, nah. Everybody's gonna know. Also, this is a retrial. If that's technically a loss, then we're sitting at 12-2, and we're about to turn that second 2 or that second loss into a win. This is a retrial. You don't know how that works? Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh, you look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Yeah, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, it doesn't look like one of the aromatherapy bottles. This nigga Chris think he gonna win? Yes, I'm going to win. That doesn't look like one of the aromatherapy bottles. It's a small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen a couple days ago. Deontay Wilder wins the rematch versus Fury. He still has a loss. Of course, but we're not talking about boxing. We're not talking about sporting events. We're talking about, hey, basically I'm retaking the test. If you want to put it into terms of a win or a loss, I failed the test and now I'm retaking the test. The final grade on this test will reflect in my record. Yep. So there's this green one. So what was in this green one? We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elk was using for his ruptured eardrum. And you keep the higher score? Yeah, 100%. I'm about like I said, it's about to be 13-1. Whatever you want to say at the end of the day, that nigga was impersonating me, and I'm about to correct his mistakes. No, he's wrong. Small bottle refiled into the court record. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour, and they might have gotten something on the prints, but that's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today, got it? Today's trial, I'm going to expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. January 8th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. What's up, Godot? Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday, we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows the victim drank it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. Why do you have Unlimited Blade Works as a command? Apparently, you don't see the first emote that was ever made on the channel. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning and we must turn with it. You lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You gotta change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here, he was throwing us off the scent. Today I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. Yeah, And you are a fucking mafia fucking sheep. Sheep, you sheep. Oh, hello everyone. I'm John Armstrong, the owner and the head chef of Tribulations restaurant. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? Ooh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am a pert and perky gentleman, no? On the day of the incident, you were in the Tribulations kitchen. Isn't that right? With you, mister. Godot? Everything feels right. Okay. Huh. Well, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribulations. Oh, yes. At Tribulations. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco at the day. Or that day. Question, have we resolved the apron already? I mean, the fact that it wasn't on... What in particular about the apron? Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Yes, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. The cup, the earpiece, and the glasses, he would have seen everything in reverse, no? A mirror. Yes, a grand mirror. The most enormous mirror. And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. Huh? That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. The only problem with this is that in the fucking court record, he's got the goddamn the scouter on his eye, over his left eye already. Like, so the court record should probably change to reflect that. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright, so let's go ahead and present that profile for everything was in reverse. Because it sounds like you're being fucking coached. Alright. Where is he? I just looked at him. There he is. Alright. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? Yep. Earpiece same side as the specs. No question. You can lock me if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. Oh yeah, we already saw Godot completely miss the bloodstain. It's ketchup. It's not a bloodstain. So, to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw that all as a reflection in the mirror, it means that both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactly. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, then why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Order, order. Mr. Wright is correct. The witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, and we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye. How bitter. Try it. You should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume? I broke the vase. Sorry, apology. I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. What's most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made one big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both in his left ear. You hear me? His left ear. Well, Trite. That's the worst but best impression of Godot ever. I really thought he was Old C there for a minute. Godot's good. Why is Godot Southern? I just tried to give him a fucking deep voice. Is it Southern? I don't really think that I'm trying to give him a Southern accent. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of contradiction you just found is a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Yes, I can explain. Please, if you will, look at the plans of the restaurant. Sounds honestly a bit old-timey Western. It's probably because I don't know how to do anything suave like that. Is everyone sitting comfortably? The mirror? It was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There's only one seat which you could have seen the image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror away, or moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. Are you sure? Because if he knocked over the vase on his table, that means you picked it back up. You gotta be stupid. I see no problems with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Of course. Very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. So, you didn't touch anything. But yeah, we'll do that. Let's see, it was at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. Well, he could be lying about where he's sitting, and he could be lying about the mirror. I'm genuinely confused where to present the photo of the crime scene at. Terrible incident occurred. I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. Naturally, you did not touch anything else. You think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, neither did old Seedy. The only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Tribulations that day. Okay, so he's lying about the mirror. Right, okay. So, exactly where he was sitting. Crime photo. Yep. Shut up, moron! This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony that we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo? Yes. This photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist? Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is something that should not exist in this photo? Well, big vase. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture. The vase? What possible connection does this have with the witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you there should have been no vase on this table, because it very clearly contradicts with this one piece of evidence. Let's go! There's one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was sitting on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Objection! Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. The seat's only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Ooh. Yeah, go ahead and take a drink. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant on that day. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear which he couldn't hear? can only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw?
If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony, and I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim was never there. Or the victim was a phony, rather. The case is riddled with contradictions, yet there is one very simple answer that clears all of them up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Bro, the fact that he shakes his head, takes a sip, and does a spit take. Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the court.
Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh?
What did you say?
Trite, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup?
Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that?
Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was... Yep. So hard to believe, but... There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poison. To create an alibi for yourself, but Maggie didn't get that alibi, so... Yeah, you're dumb. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning a coffee.
Are you insinuating that the waitress's old man is the old man's story? And the old man's story was a fake as well? True, there are no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but... It's also true that the chief was there, or the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening.
Well, he's really playing for their team because he doesn't want to get murdered because he's $500,000 in debt. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Ooh la la. This is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events of the restaurant that day. Oh, yes. In the restaurant. The victim, Mr. Elg, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember an old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he had won the lottery, Mr. Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes after that, the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the acting. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all. So, how long after did the old man come in after him? Because if he came in right after he followed him in, then there's definitely something up with that. But the old man has to be Victor Kudo. But yeah, we need to know how long after. What you've just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. Yes. For now, we will hear your cross-examination, Mr. Wright, if you please. He took that perjury charge a bit too well, but I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. What's going on, Lemon? Mandem definitely had a scouter on. It's an HMD. Head-mounted display. That's what I'm going to keep calling it until I get a actual fucking definition. Or explanation of the acronym. What would that be? The actual acronym? Shut up, you. The victim, Mr. L, came to the restaurant alone. Alright, so. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Yes. He comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that.
It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, mister. You're most welcome at any time. I said it was worth one sip, nothing more. So, old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask him about his arrival in a little bit more detail. Yes, how many minutes after? So you're saying not that much time elapsed between the victim and Mr. Kudo's arrival? Yes, that is correct. But that still leaves the possibility that something happened in that gap of time. And by your recollection, how much time would you say elapsed? Let me see, approximately 2 minutes, I would say. 2 minutes? That's all? Seems unlikely that anything untoward could have happened in such a short time. Rats, I knew I shouldn't have pursued this line of questioning. What? What? Should I ask a different question then? Oh man, yeah. I didn't take damage for asking something there. More detail? How many minutes after? What time was it? Don't ask it. I can ask what time it was. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh no, I cannot remember. But you remember exactly how long after? You should know, because he should have been listening to the radio at 1:30. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. Crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man. So this means there was almost half an hour difference, or a full hour difference rather, from the time that he was murdered, from the time that the police was reported, or the police were called. And he said it took him 5 minutes to go actually get on the phone and call the police. So, after he witnessed the crime, which couldn't have taken so much longer, you mean to tell me Victor was in the fucking restaurant for a full hour? Bullshit. That perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident appeared around happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. That still doesn't make sense. So the victim must have been arrived between 2 and 2:10, no? Just after 2, huh? Just thank you for your help jogging my memory, mister. You are wonderful. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? Time of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Alright. We got you, pussy. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Just not long after him, after 2 p.m. So, you're a little bit crazy there. There were no other customers. No, it couldn't have been 2 p.m. Shut up. What up, anime? I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. What? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers, winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. This guy the only judge throughout the games? We saw a Canadian judge, but that's about it. Yes, that must be the show Mr. Elg was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Yes, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was the time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, Wright, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m., and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30. Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m., because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over, there's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs and Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, Wright, and we're almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Glen Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly an obvious conclusion. Objection! Thank you, Trite. That was exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to?
The missing corpse?
According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, where did the killer hide the body of the real victim?
Well, I mean, he either could have put it in the kitchen, because that's where his medicine was found. And the chef was definitely in on it. The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to the examination by the court, you should provide with us proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden.
Evidence?
What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden?
I thought I had him with that contradiction, but he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. L concealed?
Inside Tribulations. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside.
Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside the restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
The exact location, the kitchen.
The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location?
Well, I mean, we found his fucking medicine there, but...
Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
No. I have not seen that ugly bottle before in my life. And I only use the very best bottles, mister. The highest quality only for me.
Where's that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations.
What?
But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everybody remembers, don't they? And Mr. Elg visited an ear doctor. He visited an ear doctor and was given medication that day.
You can't be serious.
The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Glen's Elg murderer hid the body in the restaurant of the kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when this incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen?
My God.
Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body.
Way to improvise. We did it. It was me. I did it. It was me. Me. I did it. Me.
You did a fine job pretending to be my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back.
Order. This is an extraordinary development.
Witness, did you murder Mr. Glen Elg?
Never. I could never do such a horrible thing. Mr. Godot?
The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That is one of my rules.
Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now?
Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me.
I'd like to... Don't throw that fucking cup at me. Do not throw this fucking cup. Don't. Just set it down.
Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear? My H-deficient... Okay.
Please, you must hear me out. H-deficient is nice.
It is a trap. Listen to me, please.
Por favor?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me just search real quick. French for please.
S'il vous plaît.
That doesn't sound like por favor. I'm just saying. Hold on. Wait a minute. It's in time. It's time for the Terror to come out. Y'all ain't slick. No hablan español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it? No, absolutely no. I simply... Let's hear it. You got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you, as does my gavel. Yes, it is clear. What do they always say in movies? I got a bad feeling about this. Well, begin your final testimony. Like, are you stupid? The confession. It is true, I hid the body in the kitchen. The man forced me to do it, I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. Well, we have to... It's definitely Furio Tigre. It's the big tiger. But I did not kill him, I swear it. You must believe me. Why did the judge of all people rebuttal that? Don't worry about it. The judge knows some Spanish. You were forced by who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table? There was another. There was another man. Yeah, knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. I'm gonna cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Alright. A man forced you to do it. Could it have been... this man right here? Let's sing this dance of Ring Around the Rosie, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to. Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. I really hope you would have, considering you were saying he was me. You sumbitch. I don't know, maybe a month ago in this very courtroom? This man is Furio Tigre. He's the manager of a loan office called Tenderlender. There's no point in trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre, at least not while you had this on you. While he had this on you. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. Yes, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. The tiger, he told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to. I had no choice. I carried the body and the unconscious Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. I think now we can safely say the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron's pocket, was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it? I was not. Got my second 5-7. Poggers. Why are you trying to get 3 though? Is it just for the sake of having 3? It is despicable. Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. Nearly fell asleep. Help. I can't do anything except yell, and I'm not going to do that. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. 30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand, not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. Because she's really busting in conjunction with Storm 4 or PX4 in the rankings. Alright. That's fair. Yeah, Ben, if you're actually tired, you should probably go to bed, dummy. Silly. Godot really just pulled up and said, I can go get him. Loan shark or not, I can go get him. We resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. To be continued. No, it's just the case of the 4 o'clocks. Fair enough. That granola bar didn't do shit for me. I'm getting kind of hungry. Alright, let's get back to it. January 8th, 1:21 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was doing just what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, then we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe! What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on it. Do we also still have that fucking... We still have the jumbo lunchbox. I really hope this is probably going to be what we give to Maggie at the end of the case, right? Or at the end of the trial. Your hair's standing on it. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, Miss Teapot. Or Top Knot. I thought that said teapot. My god. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair, just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I get kinda wound up. Ah! No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed if you got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True, without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? Well, obviously, we didn't get it fucking checked out before. If you're going back to the station anyways, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Why didn't you just take prints while you were conducting the analysis? You said somebody messed up and you didn't have time to analyze the prints on it, but you still at the very least could have fucking, you know, I don't know, maybe taken the fingerprints from it or something. Like, come on, Gumshoe, you know better than that. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. Who the fuck you think you're talking to? Go to get it done, Gumshoe. It's pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. January 8th, 1:56 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites. Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness... B-Star's niggas acting weird in the courtroom. Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there is room down there for me too. Would you mind... What you say to me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest. Who could have guessed that fear would induce a Brooklyn accent into the judge? I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the... Oh. Okay. Your Honor. Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout, we can all hear you. What do you say? There's no point struggling, you're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course! Well, perhaps if you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Phoenix Wright. You's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Phoenix! Get a grip, Nick. Alright, the tiger's alibi. don't know nothing about no murder. So, does the game take into account double negative? Like, are we gonna be grammar Nazis? Because I don't know nothing about no murder means you know something about a murder. No, you aren't being the grammar police? Alright, sick. I was tied up with business in December last year, spent all of my time in the office. I got whales lined up to borrow from cash from tender lender every single day. You just want to check my alibi, just ask Violetta. Alright, well... So... You had every business tied... You were tied up with business all through December. Alright, last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, your cross-exam... What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting like that. I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details until he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you 50 grand, and you was gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. Don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute, that's not really... His witness is... How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming in the urban jungle? Get on his bad side and he'll bite all everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well, I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. You bitch! You's better be listening. I said I got no business. I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of the witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under the table already, would you, Maya? Tiger's alibi. So, second statement. Alright. You're tied up with business. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know? You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my schedule. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so I was there. That seems like a rather sketchy schedule. There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. Specifically the 3rd. So what now? Press harder. Mr. Tigre, what do you want? Or if you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. Objection. This is a dead end, Triton, you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe yous ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats who wanted to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. Well, his calendar proves otherwise. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please... Mr. Tigre, the court asked you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, your hunter, and ask him yourself. You never saw that kid before. Ding dong, motherfucker. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glen Elf, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note here on his calendar. Meet with the tiger, and the date? December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glen Elg, because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. It was actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without, plus he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You's calling me a liar? Is that what you doing? Ruh-roh. So you're saying that you claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You's better believe that's the truth. I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify again for the court, Mr. Tigre. Oh, yes. Would you mind indulging the court, witness? You never actually met with the victim? That's gotta be a lie there. It's time I nailed this guy. Alright. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elk. It was some lame guy, though, with that name. Wanted to borrow cash from him. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, Tenderlander. I waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. I ain't ever been to that Tribulations joint you hear. Who brought up Tribulations? Also, you had matches in your fucking office. I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't actually show up. I heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, Wright. Alright. I ain't a liar, yeah. You never show, you've never been to Tribulations, huh? I find it fucking interesting. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What are you talking about? You found them in your office at Tenderlander. They're from that restaurant. What? If you've really never been to Tribulations before, what was a book of matches from the restaurant doing on your desk? You've been snooping around in my stuff too now, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Order, order. Well, witness? I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me. I ain't no pussy kid. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well, well. Looks like another order just came in for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elk that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. At Tribulations. Perfect. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured the place wasn't hot already. It was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end. Well, you saw him, and in order to see him, you'd have to walk into the restaurant. The booths have fucking tall walls behind them, so you had to have at least come into the restaurant a little bit. Alright, so, you're wrong. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. Huh, no problem. Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so you know, since you's paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Alright, you're supposed to meet with the kid, right? When you opened the door, you saw one ugly scene. How the fuck did you see it? Because look, you walked in and you saw him sitting here in the top right. Yeah, sure, buddy. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the phoenix clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning. These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that just what I said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that ain't possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember between each of the tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision, any customer walking in ends here. What do you got to say? So, from the entrance of Tribulations, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him. Objection! Wrong. Have you forgot the old man's testimony already? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim was witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elk, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as his victim just as he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. The trial's gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elk and impersonated his victim for a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court. Are you forgetting there was somebody that impersonated me, and you all fucking believed it? You gotta be stupid. Just real stupid. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness? Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger, the lion's the king of the jungle. But, okay. So I dares you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts? You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's a defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, do not leave me alone to handle this. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot, let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't just see the victim. Oh, no, no, no. Yep. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put poison into the cup of coffee. Yes? Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Ha. Literally out fucking... You got baited. Found your pennant last, Wright? It was in my pocket. Ahem. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim and waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elk was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible that the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident, and someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? I really feel like this case is just open and shut, but everybody's stupid. Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender. Who's making a big mistake? You know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Yeah, there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. She had a kind of cackling laugh. Want to be fair, the judge doesn't know who Viola is. He should know about mob syndicates. If the police know. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen, the earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured, and the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice, once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? You's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? You's got it all wrapped up nice, huh, Wright? But you's missed out on one important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met the kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you see? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? Huh. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. One more steaming hot cup of testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim? Ties to the victim. Yeah, I loaned El Cash about $100,000. That day, he was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, you see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. Then why did he bring that CD? I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over. Are you fucking sure? Are you sure? Also, the waitress wouldn't have done what she had done. How would you have known? Yeah, well, you've got the vig to take into account. Or to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. It's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? Phoenix! The fucking virus! Ties to the victim. Alright. We press on the fact that he knew what the waitress did. The waitress? You mean the girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair? Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. Maybe I should push on this a little. Ask how things would have been. What do you mean how things would have been over and done with? Are you all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before the waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect just what you said. Dagger's motive, huh? I was after the $100,000. I didn't have any other reason to kill the guy. Are you sure about that? So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is really what you were after. Objection! What are you getting at, Trite? What else would a moneylender be after other than the money? Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc inside the computer. A computer? What does one of those do? I guess the beard on his only part of his honor is... I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor, is that from this... Yeah, he's old. I get it. Joke. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is very important. Or this is the important part. A virus like MC Bomber would have been worth several million dollars on the black market. Several $1 million. Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business, but in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money. Objection! You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get a hold of that program? No, fucking Glenn was trying to convince them that it was going to be worth that much. Come on, Godot. Exactly. The witness may have had poor fashion sense, but he's by no means an idiot, right? A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. Seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need the money to the tune of $1 million? Well, we still got our medical papers. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. How much it is do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. Ah, no one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue.
But Mr. Tigray had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Order, order. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright.
Indeed, it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini.
Did you say Cadaverini?
Druido Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Bruno Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glen Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigray's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glen Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigray knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigray would have preferred never to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I.
The lottery win.
Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigray no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means.
That's crazy.
He murdered Glen Elg and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigray posed as Glen Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it.
But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too, $500,000 in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigray's plan.
Order, order.
Oh,
You's put on a good show, Spiky. If yous want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed like a kid that created a witness and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
you posed as me! I agree.
You do?
Despite your appearance, you were very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright. Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What is this trick you say Mr. Tigray performed to frame the accused?
Do I even really have to fucking say it?
What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigray, you didn't just pose as a victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me.
What? That's
The truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright.
Piece it together. You're almost there.
Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby evidence I've ever seen. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here was a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him?
Judge's hamsters are working overtime. Literally half the fucking smoke coming out of his ears, and he's trying to piece it together.
Hey, forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh?
Have you no pride, sir?
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, right here in court we deal with people's lives.
Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as a judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed with a memory without evidence to support it. No! If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness.
Are you Oh, I'm gonna fucking lose. My mind! Are you serious? The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious or sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far. You say he impersonated Glenelg, you say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Sucks to be you, Wright. Don't mess with the tiger, you're gonna get mauled, you just got that? All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. It's not even impartiality. You have multiple other witnesses who can attest to that fact. You can even say, I would hope you could say that you could have him dress up as Phoenix because he found the suit in his office and then prove it. It's not even impartiality. It's just people are fucking dumb. Like what? Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just had one more piece of evidence. Gumshoe, please. Gumshoe, please. The witness's cross-examination is over. You're free to go, Mr. Tigre. Yeah! Your Honor, sir. Wait! Detective? Detective Gumshoe. Sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this, too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final, decisive piece of evidence. What? January 8th, 248 District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle. Oh, so, do you know what the prints belong to now? You think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So tell us, they're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. Clear as crystal, all over the bottle. They're Furio Tiger's paw prints, all right? That's great. Then we got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenelg's coffee. Are you... So... How... Think for a second? What do you mean? So, is it time to cap? Do we just lie in the courtroom? Kokichi type beat? He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that doesn't really make any difference now. I knew it. Right, no matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This is our last chance to help Maggie. I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it, and I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry, I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Is there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Small bottle. Mia's gonna come in and tell us the fucking lie. January 8th, 304, District Court, Courtroom Number 4. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are yous gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But yous lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything with this new evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here, but maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final and decisive piece of evidence to the court. Well, this is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's? Your Honor! Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusions are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone here knows what that bottle contains. Everyone except Tigre. The prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyways? Phony trial, a phony lawyer, phony clues. A phony class trial! Everything in this case has to be phony. Seems like the perfect excuse is for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You'd make a good clown, you know that? What? Yous ain't ever gonna get this to stick. Yous making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? Bluff. I can see right straight through you, Phoenix Wright. That ain't the bottle with cyanide in it. No, this is the bottle we found with traces of the poison. Don't mess with the tiger, you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. Blue tracksuit niggas, alright, let's go. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it. Got him. I really wish that was a spoken line. Got him. What? Why is everyone going quiet? I said that bottle. Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle with the cyanide. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you people. The lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all about the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You don't know who's you're messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You thinks I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony, but that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with the phony lawyer was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. There it goes. You're done, son. What's going on? Looks like a blackout. Well done, Trite. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Godot! Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. You were really working on that one for a little bit, huh, Judge? Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glen Elg, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. In the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with it, with everything, if it wasn't for this one slip at the tongue. Friar Tigre is truly a frightening criminal. Huh. The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird. Let me just go ahead and get this entered into chat. What do we find her? Not guilty. You're damn right. 13-1. Let's go. That is all. This court is adjourned. This is probably the worst case I've caught on stream of anything you played. You didn't see Danganronpa 2, Case 3. Because, oh boy, do I have some fun stuff to tell you about that case. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad at Mr. Wright when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now, I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe. Oh. Wait. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Which one did you lose again? The unguard one? Yeah. We took an L on purpose. We took an L on purpose to get the proper fucking verdict. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, Well, I guess I'll be heading off. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use, but it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Dog. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe has really been worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. Yeah, I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Of course. Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe... I actually really like weenies, you know? Stomach growling. Did you guys just hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Aw. So how is it, Maggie? I like that we're getting these aftercase pictures. These are nice. It's really good. So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have been cleared up. And who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Episode 3, Recipe for a Turnabout, the end. Dog! Edgeworth with the drip. Dog. Look at him. Turnabout beginnings. Bro. Look at him go. That sauce. Dude, that's the jacket that was hung up in his office in in game 2. That's sick. Dog, that pose is literally that pose is album cover worthy. Look at him. Jesus Christ. Just know the next case is as long as case 1. In case you want to do it along with the final case. Okay, I might do that. We might do 4 and 5 as a long stream. I'm already on it. Gallus, come on. But look at him. That's that nigga right there. A new episode has been added, Turnabout Beginnings. Tomorrow is Saturday. That's very true. So Saturday we just might do 4 and 5. Whoo wee! Yo, look at that picture, bro. Nah, they sauced up for this one. Oh wait, if this is young Miles, do we get to see? It would be nice if they showed in young Franziska as well, and Von Karma before he gets locked up. It would be sick to see the whole family. What happens after 4 and 5? We're gonna be playing Kamegashine. We're gonna be playing Your Turn to Die. We're gonna be taking a small detour from Phoenix Wright. Sadly, no, but they do show up in Ace Attorney Investigation. Oh fuck. Well, shit. Yeah, but after we finish 4 and 5 up on tomorrow, then Monday we'll be checking out 18-year-old Miles and 13-year-old Fran. Oh, that's pretty cool. I want to play Investigation now too, just to see. I want to see the dynamic between young Miles Edgeworth and everybody else. Case 5 is long. I expect as much. If case 4 is short, I expect case 5 to be long as hell. So we're going to be doing a long stream tomorrow if I get started on time. It's not the longest case in the series, but it's top 3 in length. Yeah, we'll just do a really long stream. Well, I don't know if you guys are like, I've been ending these streams around 5 hours each day, but y'all must not have been here. Y'all must not know. If you want to know, you can go to the video section of my channel right now, and you can go back to the very first videos and highlights saved to the channel. I want you to just do that real quick. Do that for me. All you got to do is go to videos, highlights, scroll down to the bottom. What is that? Is that 10 hours? No, Ben wasn't there. Ben wasn't there. Hyperion was there. Gallus, you were there. I know who was there. I remember. But that is going to do it for us today. Dog, that picture is sick. I was there for 1.5 at least. 1.5 I don't think was super long. But yeah, no, DR2 streams 11 some odd hours. Even the V3 streams were pretty long as well. My god. But that's going to do it for me for today. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for hopefully the finish of this game. But after that, we'll probably move on to Your Turn to Die. But that's something we can talk about tomorrow. As for today, I'm going to take off for now. Thank you all for coming out. Having a lot of fun with this game. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. And that'll be it. Peace.